1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
I know, Honorable Atkinson, we got to start. Honorable members, may we all come to order so that we can start. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister, DG, Compensation Fund Commissioner, and your colleagues from the, I nearly said Road Accident Fund, from the Unemployment Insurance Fund. I think some people might then have been happy to say, okay, if you need RAF, then we are leaving, then we're going back to Pretoria. But thank you very much. I am going to ask for indulgence today with the manner in which we carry out the proceedings. There is a sitting in the afternoon, so we have to finish on time. We also under pressure to leave this room by 1:45. 1:45 to be out of here. So it's very important that we deal with the issues as succinctly as possible in both instances, so that we can carry out the business of the day successfully in respect of both entities. I want to thank you, Minister, and your team for favoring the committee with two comprehensive documents about today. So our intention is not to go through the presentations at all. They were sent in good time. The members have had opportunity to look at the contents, and what we are focusing on today is particularly the audit outcomes, specific aspects of the audit outcomes, so that we can then just focus on the governance and performance issues more specifically. We try and not be to replicate the work of the portfolio committee, in other words, to the extent that general policy matters arise, is because they related to performance and the expenditure of the funds that have been allocated, rather than why is a certain policy in place to begin with. Those questions may arise, but that's not the kind of focus we have today. The way the proceedings are going to go is that the minister will get an opportunity to make an opening statement, just setting out what the response is to the audit outcomes and what the key takeaways the minister would like to leave with the committee, or at least to table before the committee, before we then get on with the business. We will then, honorable members, please, thank you. We will then get, in each instance, one of our members getting a 20-minute opportunity to have an interactive conversation with all of you. I will then, with the relevant institution, I will then give an opportunity to the members, a few at a time, to then ask for any follow-up questions if anything has not been covered in the initial conversation. We are at 9:10 now. I would like us to get to a point where by 10:45 to 11, we take a break to come back at 11, and then we can then move on to the second phase of our conversation and be done by 1:45. So that would be really helpful. We are going to start with the compensation fund. Is that correct? I just want to be certain that we are. And I am glad that Honorable Maduna is here, because he is then going to lead the conversation from our perspective. But where we begin, Honorable Minister, is to give you an opportunity to just speak to the committee, and then when you're done, we are then going to go into the conversation. For the officials that are here, you are really welcome. If there is a question that arises, you've addressed an issue in a page in the documents that you've provided, you can just say to the members, please have a look at slide 30 or whatever the case might be. The detail to what I'm speaking about is there, and the members have got the information to hand, and they will be able to go and have a look. If we go through the presentations, as you know, one is 55 pages, the other one is somewhere close there, we will still not be done by 5 o'clock. So we want to get to the issues as succinctly as possible. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and the honorable members of the SCOPA, the admin support of the SCOPA, and the acting DG of the Department of Employment and Labor, and the commissioners of both CF and UIF, and all other colleagues in the meeting. On a lighter note, Chair, they normally say maiden speech does not get interrupted, so it's my maiden speech to the SCOPA. No, Chair, we will try to comply with your directive. It is for the first time since my appointment as the Minister of Employment and Labor to appear before the SCOPA today. So you can imagine the butterflies in my stomach and all that goes with that. Ideally, both the Deputy Minister, Sibiya and Nematsinga Shabalala, would have loved to be in this meeting as well. However, due to a clash of both the Portfolio Committee and the Cabinet Committees, two of them, which are sitting today, they had to represent us there today. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we understand the constitutional function and mandate of SCOPA, especially in ensuring transparency, accountability, and responsible governance in the management of public funds. It is therefore with great anticipation that we appear before this committee today. As stewards of public trust, we recognize the challenges faced by both compensation and unemployment insurance funds of the Department of Employment and Labor. At the outset of my tenure and during my first 100 days in office, upon recognition of the status of the funds, I outlined the immediate steps to be undertaken by the department and its entities in order to address a number of issues that have persistently rendered the funds ineffective and in executing their functions, in particular in executing their functions. Within the first 3 months of assuming office in this department, I initiated a meeting with Auditor General South Africa. This was not a mere formality or a nicety. I saw a pressing need to engage with an institution that had carefully studied the intricacies of this department and its entities and had valuable insights and recommendations that could help chart a way forward. The AGSA perspective, rooted in an in-depth understanding of the department's operations, has proven invaluable in shaping the corrective measures we have now put in place, which some are starting to show positive outcomes. The issues identified over years, particularly in the Compensation Fund and Unemployment Insurance Fund, include persistent audit challenges, inadequate internal controls, irregular expenditure, and inefficiencies in financial reporting, concerns on the management of revenue from non-exchange transactions and statutory receivables, lack of consequence management, and including matters of governance and leadership within the entities. Honorable Chairperson, while I will not go into detail, as I had expected that there will be follow-up presentation in terms of what the entities had prepared, and I had hoped that that would showcase some great improvements or improved strides taken as a result of what they are starting to do, and you are seeing results that are starting to show. But as you said, Honorable Chairperson, you have read those issues. For instance, the CF during 2023-2024, both financial years and annual reports were submitted of 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024, as per, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023, as per regulation, after a long time where the entity was not able to submit, thus eliminating the late submission, the non-submissions, even though those were late. I understand for 2023-2024, the financials, at least for the first time, were submitted and submitted on time. This improvement was commended by HGSA. Further, it is the reduction of 4 disclaimer paragraphs following the implementation of the audit improvement plan, which I emphasized on during my first 100 days in office. The target is to ensure clean administration, good governance, and also targeting on clean audit outcomes. There is a tendency with officials when they are still on disclaimer to say, allow us to go step by step to improve from disclaimer to qualified, from qualified to unqualified. And I ask them, then where will I be when we get to clean audit? Because at the end of the day, it's not about managing audit processes, but it's about emphatically so clean administration. So clean audit outcome gives this confidence to the people. So I told them, I don't have time. So we need to target clean audit outcome, not qualified or unqualified. It is important to acknowledge that even though some progress is being made, there remain persistent challenges still, and interventions attempted in the past seem not to have yielded much turnaround. Some of these issues have gone unchecked for a number of years, eroding public trust and weakening institutional integrity. However, under this seventh administration, within the framework of the GNU, we are committed to breaking this cycle. One of our key priorities is the eradication of corruption, financial mismanagement as outlined in our governance goals. This commitment goes beyond rhetoric. We are taking concrete action to hold wrongdoers accountable and to ensure public funds serve their intended purpose. While at this point, the fact that the Commissioner of the UIF is currently on suspension following the 2 matter is a testament of the commitment to taking action on matters reported. If then the scoper, as I know is the 7th scoper, might not be aware of the 5 billion 2 matter on LAP, it is the one that when I got into the office was hot, and the UI commissioner was in office, and there was a process of DC which caused me or led to me putting him on suspension. Further, upon the completion of the Fusion Center report on allegations of corruption in the compensation fund in particular, I can indicate that action against several employees implicated were taken before my time, and currently a second phase of disciplinary actions are continuing. But on the COVID-19 terrors, there was investigations that were done, and the first phase was complete, and we instituted the second phase in following up the money of those who saw an opportunity during the COVID-19 to embezzle the funds of the state and the taxpayers' money. We have been made aware that SIU recently reported findings, and following the presidential proclamation number R23 of 2020 and R8 of 2021, I would like to assure this committee that we will carefully consider it and take appropriate actions to restore accountability and ensure that public funds are properly accounted. And I was very comfortable when I listened to the leadership of the South African Police Services in the meeting of the President, reporting on how many companies or owners of companies who have defrauded the state were investigated, were arrested and convicted, even including their assets being attached and all that, to show that government working with these very important state institutions to deal with fraud is hard at work. The funds housed within these entities belong to the hardworking people of South Africa, in particular the employers and workers, and it is our responsibility to ensure they are managed with highest levels of integrity. To prevent further mismanagement, the following measures are being considered or put in place: on enhanced financial oversight and real-time monitoring, a functional digital financial tracking system to allow real-time monitoring of transactions and to flag any irregularities immediately, a dedicated financial oversight team equipped with proper and relevant skills to scrutinize all large transactions and ensure compliance with financial regulations, on strict consequence management and legal actions against wrongdoers, officials implicated in financial mismanagement or fraudulent activities continue to face disciplinary actions, including dismissals and criminal prosecutions. We will strengthen collaboration with law enforcement agencies to ensure swift prosecution of those found guilty of financial misconduct. On forensic audits and independent financial reviews, independent forensic audits are conducted on high-risk financial transactions to identify irregularities and recover stolen funds. External auditors are to oversee financial management practices and ensure adherence to best practices, including strengthening our own internal auditors, be it the unit and also the audit committee. On strengthening internal controls and governance, a comprehensive review of procurement and financial management processes to eliminate loopholes that enable corruption, risk management frameworks reinforcement to ensure that financial decisions are guided by transparency, fairness, and accountability. And andoba umuntu walapha nalo niphazamisayo sihlalo. Ngoba ayikho inidi yalento yenzayo bekuthiwa bazopresenta abantu i-report has been read. On whistleblowing, protection and public reporting mechanisms, Whistleblower protections are strengthening, and they are encouraging employees and the public to report suspicious financial activities without fear of victimization. A public reporting mechanism allowing citizens to track the financial performance of entities and concerns when necessary. Capacity building and ethical leadership development, training and upskilling of financial managers and executives within these entities to ensure compliance with ethical governance practices, integrity assessments before and during appointing individuals to key financial positions to ensure that only those with the highest ethical standards serve in these roles. We recognize the gravity of these issues raised by the committee previously and which will be raised even now as you do oversight. And as such, we are committed and we want to say, Chairperson, there will be no tolerance for financial mismanagement, fraud, or maladministration. We are committed to restoring accountability and ensuring that public funds are used responsibly for the benefit of all citizens. We remain fully cooperative with the Scopus oversight processes and will continue to engage constructively to ensure that public resources are utilized efficiently and for the benefit of all citizens. Our commitment is to transparency, responsiveness, continuous improvement in service delivery. And Chairperson and honorable members, in turning these institutions around, it is not an easy process, it's complex, as these funds are the biggest funds with an investment portfolio of about 160 billion, 130 billion during the sixth administration, and upon the realization of complexities of the challenges faced by these entities, these two entities, a decision was taken to look at the repositioning of these funds within the DEL, the reconfiguration exercise through the unbundling process. Aligning these funds will not only deal with some of the persistent challenges, but will also enhance their responsiveness to the crucial labor market demands in order to support sustainable jobs. This approach seeks to leverage financial resources to foster sustainable participation, especially for the majority that continue to be marginalized. We make an admission before this committee that the current situation of both funds is not optimal in assisting the government in achieving its developmental objectives. We are not waiting idle, as indicated. We are taking some actions and progress is being made. And we think unbundling process will benefit us a big deal, and also want to focus on leadership stability and filling of the critical posts. As we do that, with those who are acting, I am very strong and very strict in saying they must show serious action in implementation of their audit improvement plans and give report to me, as I sit with them frequently. No month goes by without a meeting on IYM, and standing matters that must be reported to me is how we are planning to improve in terms of this clean administration and good governance and have a positive audit outcome. It is no secret that the department, and in particular the two entities we are discussing today, have serious challenges in terms of the leadership. As we hear, there's acting commissioner, there's another acting commissioner. The other acting commissioner who was acting on behalf of the commissioner was on leave, on suspension because of the DC, is on a special leave now. We've got another acting. Naturally, that can cause some turbulences on leadership. So we want to deal with the issue of leadership instability, ensure that there is a permanently employed leadership, in particular on CF, and that we move with speed to finalize the issue of the UIC as DC processes. But I am pleased to also indicate that when I arrived in the department, Chairperson, in the strategic planning session, my officials were like, they are tied hands and feet. When I went to the commission that deals with the corporate services, including the issue of personnel capacity in the department, my management was saying there's nothing we can do because of the moratorium, because the reality is the issue of austerity measures, budget cuts, and the circulars that keep on coming our way from National Treasury sometimes cause us to be in a very dire situation. I said to them, you can't say you can't even plan how many vacancies will be filled. And as such, I made them to put a target and also to submit to TPSA. And I'm pleased to say today, I was told yesterday, after we waited for more than 2 months or almost 3 months, that at least there is a response that is positive on the filling of the position of our Director General, including other officials. So we believe that leadership stability is key to tackling long-standing challenges faced by these entities, and we are committed to ensuring that the right people are in place to carry out the crucial work ahead. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much. What I will do, to be fair, is maybe give you, Acting Commissioner, a couple of minutes. The Minister has given us a comprehensive outline. To the extent that some issues were not covered by the Minister, we feel they're important to elevate. You can do that. Like I said, you can plug your presentation, not for now, for later. You can plug it so that when the members are asking questions, you can refer to a slide if that becomes necessary. So you always have that option. The important thing is that we really try and keep our contributions as straight to the point as possible, and similarly the members and their questions. Over to you. I'll give you about 5 minutes, and then we'll get to the conversation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, SCOPA members, and I think there's also some portfolio members in the meeting, and AGSA and other colleagues, all protocol observed in the acting DG. From our side, I think what we want to stress is that the disclaimer does remain a concern and priority for the CF management and the executive and accounting authorities. The challenges that we have experienced are mainly due to legacy issues. However, we're not going to play a blame game. We're committed to resolve those findings, and the implementation, as the Minister rightfully points out, it's not about addressing audit findings, but it's the implementation of a clean administration and good governance leadership that we believe shouldn't be person-led, but more process-driven, because this will ensure in future the mistakes that we've had in the past are not repeated, and we can account for every cent in the CF. So for us, the disclaimer is a blemish for us. We take it quite seriously. I think our presentation, we've tried to highlight that the compensation fund is a complex organization. It's an insurance fund. We collect premiums from employers. It's a pension fund. We have pensioners on our books, and it's a medical aid. So it's all three in one, and you're a public entity dependent on a CETA ICT network that fails us a lot of the times. And also in terms of our interventions, I think we've highlighted, we've taken the report and your directive, right? I think we've tried our best to address the points you wanted. But I just want to highlight on the AGSA findings, we've taken those key factors. There's a slide there, we've put in those 6, key factors there. And we do believe that we've already started implementing a lot of those solutions. We have plans on how to implement the rest of them. And to summarize, me and my team are committed. In terms of the skills, if I can just touch, our CFO is the 5th CFO in the last 3-4 years. So there are serious challenges in terms of commitment and leadership, etc. But this team is a team that is committed, and we're here to stay and tackle the hard tasks, the difficult tasks, and to solve for this disclaimer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Maduna to kick us off on our conversation. So I will interrupt you at 10:02. I will interrupt you at 10:02. So you must land around somewhere 10 to 10. I will not intervene in between unless there's a clarification. So Minister and team, you can back and forth between yourselves and Honorable Maduna. I'll only interrupt if there's a clarification that I need, because I'm cognizant of the fact that, and this is for your team, Minister, I'm cognizant of the fact that this is streamed, and what I always try and do is to get things to their simplest level. There's a lot of acronyms in government. Please try and say it in full. If it's going to be helpful, please say what it is, so that members of the public can understand what we are talking about. So occasionally I will ask stupid questions. The reason I'm doing that is so that people may follow the proceedings in a way that that makes sense to them. Thank you. Honorable Maduna, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair. Honorable members, the Minister, colleagues from both funds, and our colleagues of Parliament. No, thanks, Chair. No, I think actually 20 minutes is a bit too much. I do not think there is much to, given the situation, to engage around. And one should begin by perhaps just thanking the Minister for realizing the amount of issues that, particularly on the compensation fund, because that's where I would be concentrating, that are there. I think you've been receiving a disclaimer for more than 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it would be unfair, Chairperson, if we allow explanation that there are legacy issues. There are no legacy issues that can exist for more than 10 years. It means you are continuing with the culture of the previous, whoever that was there before you. And I think perhaps that brings me to my first question. Perhaps to the Minister, it says, I know the Minister has just recently arrived there. I would just want to find out, what does it mean to her that you have an entity that is responsible for such a serious mandate, that is collecting monies on behalf of our people, and that has been receiving disclaimer for the past 10 years, and there have been no consequences. There are people who are getting salaries there, there are professionals who are employed, but for the past 10 years, these people do not have not gotten anything such as a better audit opinion. Because basically, Chair, what it means is that they prepare financial statements that are unreliable. Now it brings me to a question that if you prepare financial statements that are unreliable, how does the compensation fund able to make informed decisions in order to achieve its mandates based on financial statements that are unreliable? I think that's the first question, because really I'm trying to think, how does the entity go about its issues? How do they take strategic decisions based on financial statements that are not reliable, that cannot be backed by anything? Because basically, if you look at the AG report, it tells you that they have a seriously inadequate audit file on their side. And now it questions me, it brings many questions. I think, Chair, we perhaps through the Minister and the acting DG, I say that your audit committee is shared, is serving also the department and other entities. I think that's what it's saying on the annual report. And I wanted to check if it's not too much responsibility, because I think that's what the annual report is saying. On the performance, Chair, exactly what I would have echoed, because in order for you to take a strategic decision, you need correct financial statements. It shows on the performance of the entity, of the compensation fund. I think they received 57% this year, which is an improvement from the previous financial year. But my concern again, Chair, there is that they've overspent. I think on program 1 they've overspent with 2.8 billion. On program 2 they've overspent with 990 million. And then on the other one is underspending. But in terms of achieving the targets, they've achieved 50% on program 1 and only 33% on program 2. Now that begs the question what they were doing with the rest of the money if they did not achieve, because I think we need to speak about the performance and link it with budget. What were you doing with this money if you did not achieve the targets but you've overspent? I think that is a very important question that we need to ask. And I think, Chair, we need to acknowledge that I think it's only 4 areas where they did not get a disclaimer. So I think to the Minister, I don't think there's a hope for the future here. Because if you get disclaimer in almost all areas of audit, then you only don't get disclaimer in 1, 2, 3, 4 line items, that's a problem. That's a problem. On the investment, Chair. On the investment, I see that the fund is investing through using the services of PIC. Perhaps one would have wanted to check, are there any agreements that exist between the fund and PIC? And today, straightly outlined in terms of what can be invested to and what cannot be invested to. The reason why I'm asking that is that I see that there are some investment that were impaired to the close to nil. And that tells you that it means that those investments, they will not lead anything. And I noticed that you also invest in non-listed companies, or you allow them to do that. And what would be the reason behind that? Perhaps one would ask that.
Honorable Maduna, may we give them a chance to answer? My worry is that the clock might run out before you've asked follow-ups. Yeah.
No. Thanks. I think those are the first few questions, and then I can just follow with the last two, and then that's it from my side.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether the member's last question was complete. I missed it on the unlisted companies. If you can just complete that one.
No. Thanks, Minister. Your annual report states that you make investment into listed and non-listed companies, and you do that through the PIC. Now, I wanted to check, do you have any agreements that outlines in terms of which investment they can take on behalf of the fund? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Chairperson, I request that I start with the CF Commissioner. I know there are questions directed to me, so that after she has responded, if there's anything that I feel I need to also say, I do that before I hand back to you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So I have my CFO next to me, so he's also going to attempt to understand, also address some of the questions, especially on the overspending, etc. So yes, a disclaimer for the last 10 years, and yes, it does take someone to sit in that office, but if I have to say I have no hope to achieve it, then I don't think anyone else will come and have the hope, right? I've been there for 2 years, acting commissioner for 2 years, and so has my CFO and a relatively new team. And we do have a hope. And stating legacy issues, like I said, we're not stating it to be a blame game here. We're stating it to acknowledge what the issues are, because that's what has happened in the fund, is previous management has not acknowledged what the problems were. And through not acknowledging it, we have had a snowballing effect where we as the new management is now under an avalanche, but we're not going to give up. We have the grit and we have the will, and one of the mantras that I have is I will never quit. So I can assure you that 10 years disclaimer, this is the team that's going to get out of it. And one of the ways of acknowledging it is saying, what are the legacy issues? So if you look at slide, it's around slide 36, if I might add, please. It's the one on, sorry, if I can just, Chairperson allowed, yeah. Okay, so I want to go to those AGSA findings. Let me give you an example of this legacy issue. So what we've realized is this. So the fund was always in a clean audit when it was manual processes. When they started automating processes, and unfortunately this is what we need to acknowledge, is that's our problem right there. No source documentation. So we have around 25,000 pensioners from the 1930s, right, and 1950s that are maybe still alive, still receiving a pension. AG comes in, AG says, give me the source documents, which is correct. Where are the source documents that you are paying this pensioner? Where are those reports? Those reports, because record keeping was disbanded, all those files in those warehouses were gotten rid of. I can't find those files. I can't find those source documents. But what we have done is we've acknowledged the problem, and we've said one of the things we can do to address that is going on a pensioner verification and addressing the issues in terms of cleansing that database. We're going to sit with AGSA. We've got an alternative solution. We're going to propose it to them. They also need to meet us halfway because some of these documents, employers don't exist. I can't find an employee's report. Hospital doesn't have it, etc. But we're going to address it. In terms of employers, yes, when AG comes, AG says where are the registration for those employers that were registered manually, they're missing. With our new ROE season, we are going to implement a recreation of those registration documents, and then we'll go through a process of quality assuring what class that employer is, because the compensation fund does have a very complex algorithmic risk-based model in calculating ROEs and revenue, and I think that's one of the challenges that we have there. But I can assure you, we're not saying legacy issues put a blame game. We're not saying legacy issues to say we're not going to come out of it. We're saying it to acknowledge what the problems are, because that's the first step in coming up with a solution. So I just would like to emphasize that point. In terms of the financials, you are correct, Honorable Maduna. We also sit and say the same thing. That imagine, as an organization, if you do not have if you have a disclaimer, it means every cent in that financial book cannot be accounted for. However, what we can do, and we can assure you, what we do is this. We do monitor the benefits paid. And I can show you that we are, which is on slide, slide 11, right there. That I can tell you, can go to 25,000 pensioners. They are getting their pension. And that's what I want to say. This is the rock and the hard place that we're stuck in. AG comes, AG says you don't have the source documents, right? Who are those pensioners? Those pensioners are the poorest of the poor. They're the most vulnerable. I could take the harsh road, get a clean audit tomorrow, and just stop those pensions and say, no, I won't pay those pensions because those documents are lost. But these are the vulnerable, most disadvantaged people in South Africa. So we're taking this risk, right, to make sure every year 1.4 billion is paid to those pensioners. But what we have seen in improvements, and we have done, and this is the solution, is what we have done is in the last 5 years through the Comp Easy systems, albeit not perfect, Chairperson, I agree. I believe in improvements and continuous improvement. What we have done is we've now ensured that all those source documents that are required to verify and to validate that this is an actual benefit that should be paid, we are now capturing them in the system, but we are going to go onto the cloud solution and have a central repository record-keeping system that will collate all documents, all records in the fund to make sure there is easily retrievable when AG comes and audits us. So in terms of our audit committee, if I could just share that our audit committee is not shared. Our audit committee is independent. They are within our fund. They commit the members that are appointed within the fund. What we have had recently is, I think the UIF had a bit of an issue in terms of their audit committee. So they were just seconded a bit there just to lend while they were busy finalizing their appointment of their audit committee members. And our chairperson of audit committee goes to the Dell audit committee so that he can report on the findings and the committee workshops, etc., and meetings that we've had at a Dell level, because from a governance structure, the DG is the accounting authority, so he has to go to the centralized Dell audit committee to present there. I will just let me allow my, if I can, Chairperson, if I can allow my CFO to just answer on the budget, the overspending, just to clarify that, and the performance linked to the budget, what we're doing there, and in terms of our investments. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just introduce yourself first, and then you can answer, because we went as far as the commissioner, if I remember correctly, last time.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you and the SCOPA members. Honorable Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Munahi Mukwena. I am Chief Financial Officer for the Compensation Fund. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I think one of the first question was talk to the submission of financial statements of the entity that is. So we did mention in our presentation that previously, management made a decision not to submit on the 31st of May as a scheduled or regulated timeline for submission because of the need that was looked at the time to intervene in the very issues of lack of reliable audit file when financial statements are prepared. So management engaged in a reconstruction of records, made sure that the financial statements become reliable. However, the decision came with implications of overlapping financial years and reporting that put everyone under pressure, but it was also communicated to National Treasury, which they also say they don't necessarily exempt us from accountability, even though that decision is made and supported. The truth that the Commission also has highlighted on the, I think Honorable Member Maduna did mention that, how do you make decisions where financial records are unreliable? Because disclaimer, that's what the disclaimer of audit opinion means. It means the auditors were not able to be given the required documents for them to express an opinion on the fair presentation of the financial statements. The Commissioner has addressed the matter that when one look at just one line item, which is benefits, benefits are driven by source documents for payment. Yes, we do fight over these matters to say, how do I, as a chief financial officer, gain comfort that a colleague of mine has processed a payment of benefits correctly, accurately, and they can confirm that, okay, we talk about occurrence, we also talk about existence of the same beneficiary. What if that person is no more and we are continuing? So these are hard questions that we ask each other. However, in the end, we have to put together financial records with those limitations, but with like strict actions being implemented from the audit action plans that we develop. We do make decisions, but so actually the point I wanted to make about benefits is this. It talks directly to the risk that some of our liabilities would not be correctly valued. We are a going concern. The minister mentioned the extent of our values in investments, about 130 billion. However, corresponding with that is provisions for future benefits that we need to pay. Now, the actuaries utilize the same benefits data that's questionable to value those provisions, which amount to roughly 60, 70 billion. Now, even despite that professional work being performed, all the models that are educated that actuaries perform, the question remains, the data that you used to get to those values is questionable. So it does put us at risk, but it's a process that we have seriously undertaken to make sure that we clean the accounting records.
Sorry, Sefo.
Oh.
I'm the timekeeper at the same time. Please don't belabor the points, don't emphasize, because the guidance from the chairperson was saying, if you have answers to the questions of the member, just refer the committee members to slide number X. Don't try, I know it is natural. When you try to clarify yourself, you go on and on. I don't think we have covered also now the issues of under expenditure versus over expenditure versus under performance. So if you can just quickly talk to that, was the time of chairperson. 1 minute left for Honorable Maduna. I have not said anything.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. So in Program 1, so the compensation fund overall did not overspend. We have a surplus of about 5.7 billion income minus expenses. In Program 1, there is a provision for impairment of our debtors book, a journal that we had to put through in the books at year end, which was not foreseen to can amount to that much. So the book went up significantly, and our assessment of debtors impairment in terms of our policy led to a bigger amount than what we anticipated. So we had to put through that journal. It went slightly over the budget, but overall, the program, as the entity did not overspend. And also the audit journals that come during audit, which are hard for us to ignore, we put them through to make sure that our accounting records are actually updated with the recommended audit findings for implementation. So we process some journals to make sure that there's completeness of records. But we're also careful that we manage the overspending implications thereof. I think that'll be all.
Shared Audit Committee.
But
So sorry, Chair.
Yeah,
Just
I think it's the investments.
Sorry, let's just have some order. Okay, so if you can pause. Honorable Maduna, you've got a follow-up?
I just want to get a clarity. You are saying you impaired your debtors.
All right. Thanks. Please proceed.
Okay, on the investments, just quickly, Chairperson, there are agreements, there are SLAs as a mandate with PIC. In terms of the performance, I think it's on slide, let me just go to that, sorry. It's a bit of a, so in terms of the performance, which is on slide, sorry about this. It's a bit of a, yeah. So in terms of performance, if we look at this slide shows you there's 9 investees that are performing. You can see the value, it's increasing, right? It's committed 1.8, we've got 2 billion. And those 2 at the bottom, they exited, we actually made profits on those, right? So in terms of the reasons for unlisted, is actually job creation, right? And we favor BEE policies and black economic empowerment. And what we're doing in this program is we're actually investing equity and loans into startup, SMMEs, etc., businesses that will lead to job creation, and those that won't necessarily qualify, according to strict banking standards. So we want to facilitate entrance into the economy. We want job creation, etc., and that's the purpose of actually looking at unlisted investments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I think it's your turn.
The time is a problem, Chairperson.
Now, I'll indulge you. So please answer in full.
Us to say these responses where we don't cover full, we will make written submissions for the honourable member. But I don't think we're doing justice at the same time. Because I wanted them to say what they said to me about the improvement on the annual financial statements. Because they made me believe, even though it's 10 years of disclaimer, but there are some improvements, in particular when it talks to submission, which I think we spent about 7 years without submitting, but at least we started submitting late, and I'm made to believe. Hence, I wanted the CFO himself to say that, or to write to me, but now it hasn't written to me, that the last financial year, at least we submitted on time. To me, it's an improvement. Because the issue of the leckers, Honorable Maduna, if then there are no documents, with AG will always disclaim us until there is condonment or there is a proof enough that we've conducted investigations as consequence management. Again, on consequence management, Chair, there is a plethora, a list, starting from page 44 or slide 44, that shows our consequence management, including dismissing the implicated officials, reporting to police, and there are cases that, as we speak, are ongoing to show that there is consequence management. But I wanted to say, Honourable Chairperson, as my last issue, the issue of the moratorium also, because the unlisted companies are the ones who are putting us in a very dire situation. And as such, we have taken, as Department of Employment, Labour, with its family, a decision to impose a moratorium on investing on unlisted. And I think the report also covers that. Then I think, Chair, if there's any clarity that is sought after those, then we are here to even submit, even if it's in writing, if we don't have time to present now here. But I am confident, I'm an optimistic person, that we shall turn around. It always said the big one takes time to turn, but I am seeing under this leadership here, if they can be supported and there can be strict measures put in place to also monitor them and play oversight over them, there is hope, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Maduna, you had 2 questions outstanding. I will give you a chance to complete those questions and for the Minister and team to respond to them. Then we'll go to the members.
No, thanks, Chair. I will be short. I know, Chair, can we just, as a request first, can we be furnished with the list of those unlisted companies that they would have invested in? Because I think it's important that we thoroughly go through them. No, thanks. No, Chair, perhaps one would just, as a parting shot, I think AG might be correct to an extent, Chair. Because, you know, it would be a dire situation whereby we are continuing paying benefits to people, to incorrect people. At times where the correct people are existing, but through, I think if you look at the material irregularities that would have been raised, there are cases where there are changing of bank accounts and so on and so on. So I think those are issues that perhaps they need to take a decision in terms of how do they make the verification that they are paying to the correct people those benefits. I think that was one, Chair. Chair, as I wanted to check the issue of, I say that they have an advisory board, they don't have a board. I just wanted to check, do they think that that structure is working? Because the fund is, well, to us, it might appear big, perhaps at that level it must, shouldn't it perhaps have a board? Because I see that there's some sort of instability, Minister, because I see that you have an acting DG now. In a case whereby you have an acting DG, you have an acting commissioner, you have many actings under this. Wouldn't perhaps a structure that has a board that is running that thing promote the issue of accountability and ensuring that we are able to move forward? Lastly, Chair, I think on the issue of irregular expenditure and fruitless, I'm just going to time couple it. I see that in the previous financial year, you occurred about 13 million irregular expenditure and a certain amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But I see that about 97% of it remain unresolved. I just wanted to check what are the challenges in dealing with this? What is the delay? Because I see that each financial year they keep on increasing instead of you processing them and then be able to ensure that you move forward. I think on the issue of material irregularities, Chair, I would have touched the issue of changing of bank accounts without authority. I believe that that is the issue that a person would have already been fired. I don't think that's an issue. Payment of medical invoices to unauthorized service provider. People who have paid must dance to the music to that, and the interest to that you paid. I think I saw that you had a court case about that. I think but Chair, basically I think that's that. I think I've laid the for the debate. But I think as an urge to the minister, I think you really need to look into the governance structure. Perhaps Minister and the acting teacher, you would want to have a conversation with the CAE that resigned before the one that is currently acting. I think that whoever it is would give you an insight in terms of what is happening in the entity and how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maduna. I think the first question is for you, Minister, particularly, because I'm not sure the Commissioner can say whether what the Minister has put in place is adequate or not. But I am also interested in your views. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's the laws that the Parliament makes that causes us not to have a board, which is an executive authority, or not executive authority, executive board, because CF is part of us, is not a Schedule 3 public entity. Hence the process of trying to unbundle, so that then you have a board. For now, they still account under the DG, and even if they are a public entity, they will account to the minister. So we are in that process, Chair. That is the reason why the board is like that.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I think just to emphasize, the current act doesn't allow for an executive board, so it needs the whole act change, and like Minister pointfully writes, it's the law. Just on the MIs and the intercepted banking payments, yes, this is a big concern for us as a compensation fund. We have professional criminal syndicates that are attacking us. It is through the aging CETA infrastructure. So even though we've employed cybersecurity, etc., we've got aging infrastructure. So you've got a Rolls Royce and then the roads full of potholes, if you don't mind that. So so that's allowing the cybersecurity in there. And we do definitely take action on people whose user profiles are used, but then it always comes back as my profile was hacked. So what are we implementing? What have we implemented? We've implemented laptop pairing, which means that I can only access my user profile on my laptop. So even if I give my user profile to someone else, that shouldn't be accessed, right? In terms of the hacking of the profiles, we've already procured, we're going to finalize that implementation by end of April, biometric identity. So your fingerprint. So now there's no excuse. Your user profile was used, you gave your fingerprint. You gave it. So we're increasing the tools of accountability so that people cannot get away with saying, no, I was hacked, all of those issues. The intercepted payments, we have it on that slide. There's an implementation of a banking project. There's going to be encryption. There's going to be security around those files. And we actually want the bank also to store our beneficiaries' banking details in their lock also. And also they will perform the account verification. So example, you see Fazana ID number this. If it doesn't belong there, they're not going to pay it. So we're implementing those strict protocols. And then on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, if I can touch on it, so why 95% remain unresolved is because if you go to the slide on fruitless and wasteful, we did an aging analysis for you, and you can see 5 to 10 years of that is actually, it's historical, right? There's a big numbers there, even older than 10 years. Those source documents that support are lost, but where we can retrieve those source documents, we are taking the action that we have in terms of addressing that fruitless and wasteful. Yes, there was growth. It was due to some supply chain processes, but we've taken immediate action as new management on that. In fact, that's where we got the SIU to come and investigate that. So we can just assure you that we are attending to all of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So I am going to hand over to the members. I've just got a couple of questions okay, maybe not for clarity, but I do want to say, Minister, as a comment, I think one of the things you are empowered to do is to nonetheless look at this, what the Act says, and determine whether it serves the purpose for which it was intended. Because I think that's very important. And in our interactions with you during the course of this year, we do want to know what your specific assessment of whether this works or not, and what steps can be taken. What the committee is always willing to do, where we can see there is a problem, it might be statutory or a regulatory issue emanating from elsewhere, the committee is always willing to help. So we're not your enemy in this regard. What we want is proper outcome. So Minister, please make that assessment and make a determination of what, and therefore what kind of interventions are possible, and where we need to support, we will. The second point I want to make is, and this is both for you, Minister, and the Commissioner, isn't there scope creep here? There is, and we see this across several entities in government. There is pressure to create jobs and so on. The compensation fund is not the PIC. The compensation fund is not the National Empowerment Fund. The compensation fund is not CEDA. It's not a lot of these things. And yet, the compensation fund is being asked to do things which were never envisaged when it was conceived. Should we continue to do this? Now, there's an issue with the unlisted portfolio. We've really asked a bunch of soccer players to also do a bit of cricket on the side with big sums of money. I am not certain that works. And I would like a straight answer to this question from you, Commissioner. Do you have the capabilities and instruments to do the work of what essentially should be in the DTI and the PIC? Because that's what you're being asked to do.
Can I start so that if then I need a support, the CF comes in the commission? Chairperson, my understanding, again, it's law that says we may invest Because remember, we're dealing with large sums of monies, which you can't just keep anywhere. You must invest because those monies belong to the workers at the end of the day. Hence, now we appoint asset manager in the form of PIC, which in turn appoints many others. But the discussion that we're having, is it compulsory that you only appoint PIC, where we see that there are issues. But then, again, the CF Commissioner will help me if I haven't gotten your question right. But I want to welcome the comment of committing that will support us if there's anything that we bring to the committee. But my understanding for now, we're supposed to just fast track the unbundling. I'm not too sure if we want to go the route of wanting to review or amend the act, yet we are engaging in a process of unbundling whose purpose is to give the independence that we want to the CF and the UIF. But we are noting that we shall engage outside the meeting and see what is it that we can do in the interim. Because even the team that is doing unbundling, when they presented to me, they said it will take 4 years. And I said, I don't have 4 years. And I'm trying to push them to shorten that so that this ideal CF and ideal UIF that we want to see through the unbundling process are able to see it soonest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Commissioner, do you have a...
Well, I welcome the statutory and regulatory, which I think the minister has also looked at. It is easy to say it's scope creep, but we are sitting with 130 billion of reserves. We're sitting in a country with a high unemployment rate. I think we have a social responsibility. And as the minister said, the question is, should it only be the PIC? Rather, and I mean, it has, I think of the Impati Commission, right? And the issues that were raised at the PIC. I'm of the view that, Minister, and I support her comment, we build our own investment capabilities. We look at other asset managers that can assist us, and obviously we've learned from the mistakes in terms of the financials, which, where we're investing, etc., all of that. But I think also we need to look at the law. So Section 18D of the compensation fund says the DG may invest with the PIC on the reserves. And then Section 31, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, of the PFMA also forces Section... okay, maybe I got the section wrong, but it says fully fledged Section 3A entities, 3 entities should invest. So if we look at our benchmarking, we're looking at other SOEs and Section 3A entities in the country, they are investing their money. For example, Eskom has an investment specialist manager who's looking at how they can contribute in terms of job creation, employment, etc. It is a lot of reserves. It's a lot of money. I think we need a role to play, but we can improve in how we've approached it, Chairperson, because clearly the outcomes with PIC have not been beneficial in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to close off with a comment both for you, Minister, and Commissioner, and the rest of your colleagues. I am quite comfortable that because we are this kind of fund, investment is absolutely an obligation. Otherwise, you will fail your mind. I get that. However, that should also require that that function is, so the PIC has an unlisted portfolio, right? There is, in my view, in government, a tendency to place too specific obligations on entities whose core mandate is elsewhere. It is incidental. So you said you are a pension, you are an insurance, and all of these things. What you definitely are not, and sorry, your number one obligation is to the best that is possible, ensure a certain level of return so that the fund continues to grow. That is all. The mandate that should go to PIC or whoever else should be that in your investment strategy, can we have an agreement that this is what's going to happen to our fees? However, your overall obligation remains X. I do not believe it is up to anyone else to then say, to get to that level, because you are now getting into territory where I don't think is your core mandate. It's a comment, and I'd really like, so you don't need to answer, I'd really like this to be carefully considered. We see it right across the board. I get the pressure of creating jobs, but we are increasingly asking, like I said, football players to do a bit of cricket on the side. And I think we must stick to command it. So what I'm going to do, members, because in our original plan, we were going to have Honorable Essek with another 20 minutes. So I'm going to give him a chance first to ask you your most important 3 questions, please. And then I'll take, one more member, and then we get answers. I'm just trying to manage the time as best as we can. 3, 4 questions, Honorable Essek. And then I'll take one more member, then we get to an interaction, and then we cover the rest of the members as well.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, colleagues, Minister, team. It's great to have you guys here. Chair, yeah, I'm going to try to be brief. You've asked me or allowed me 3 questions, so let me just get straight to the point. Look, I mean, and I say this with absolute due respect. I sit here as a member of the team, and every day of my life in the last 6 months, I come here to Scopa, and I leave here. I leave here depressed, honestly, and I say this with absolute respect to my colleagues, because every department, Minister, is rotten from the top downwards. I have not seen a positive, concrete report coming from any department. And when I looked at this report, I just honestly get totally disappointed in how taxpayers and South Africans, ordinary people out there, are being defrauded. So I would say this is a comment, and then I'll go to my 3 questions, if you'd allow me, Chairperson. There is so much of corruption. If you read this report, if you read all these reports, there is so much of corruption within the department. The fraudulent payments that take place to employees within the department, the fraudulent bank accounts, it's all there. I don't want to just repeat it. The AGSA reports, when I read the AGSA reports, you go to slides 28, you go to slide 27, you go to slide 23, it's all damning, depressing reports. So, it's a problem. You look at the legacy report, Chairperson, of the 6th Parliament. Now, I perused it because I received it late or yesterday evening. So I just quickly perused the legacy report of the 6th Parliament. And the 6th Parliament obviously could not achieve much with what it was given through this institution, purely because of the same problems, the TERS, etc., the COVID. So anyway, that's just a bit of a background. So my questions, and I'll try and be brief, sir. Commissioner, is that in terms of due diligence, okay, can you please just expand on what concrete actions has your department now put in place, considering that, I say this with due respect, your department is very reminiscent of Hollywood. You have actors, you have people coming and going. So, with due respect, I need to understand, I've had one CFO here for 8-9 months, Chairperson. I've had another one here for 5 months. I can't even read this and comprehend what is going on in here. So I need to understand the due diligence. What concrete plans has your department put in place? Give us examples that are perhaps working, and then, of course, the addressing of this poor financial performance. Chair, the issue, I asked it again, I think when we had a presentation last week, Friday, from the SIU, the issue of the 12 auditing firms that were appointed. And, in spite of the SIU doing their own audit, is there anything that you could perhaps express yourself on the 12 other auditing firms that were appointed? Are you aware of it? Do you know about these costs and expenses? I'm not sure if you're aware of this. No,
I think you're referring to UIF. I know we're dealing with, this is a compensation fund.
Sure, but there are auditing firms that are being appointed here, Chair. So I need to understand. And then I think you touched on your IT systems, and you tried to give us a background of how you're improving on your IT systems. And I think the issue on material irregularities have been touched on, so I won't go there. I see you've had on your slide 23 and 24 of the AGSA report, your irregular expenditure was touched on, some 130 million closing balance. And then, Chair, to move towards concluding, please explain, and I need to understand this, explain this to ordinary South Africans out there, and of course to the committee. What urgent plans now that you seem to have a new minister, you seem to have a new team, and you mentioned in your words here earlier that you really have a concrete plan and you're going to put this ship on steady, calmer waters. So what concrete plans do you have or have activated to address the heightened risk of fraud that is currently transpiring within the institution? And then finally, Chair, because I know you're going to close in on me, I spoke on the legacy report. And then finally, the payments of these fictitious names and current government employees, it's a huge concern for us, I must be very honest with you. So there has been forensic investigations that have taken place. I think you are aware. If you're not aware, then your predecessors might be aware. But it's a legacy that you've inherited. So these forensic reports have cases been investigated on financial misconduct within the organization itself. If you know the answer to that, then please explain where to in terms of these forensic investigations. Then, Chair, I have a few others, but I think I'll come back later if you would allow me the permission. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Esaka. I am hoping that as the members ask, we also, some of those questions will fall away that you've got on your list there. So let me start with you, Honorable. So I will do Honorable Madlala. Are you fine? Okay, Honorable Atkinson, I saw your hand is up. Again, so let's please be mindful of time. Let's ask a question.
Thanks very much, Chair. Minister and Commissioner, I'd just like to really follow on from what the chairperson said about the understood investments. Yes, you might have the responsibility to invest, but there is investing and there's investing, okay? There's investing where you put capital at risk in incredibly risky investments, which is what I'm looking at here, and I'm seeing 2 billion rand in underperforming investments. Your responsibility as a fund is obviously to receive the levies from the public and to be able to pay out to deserving recipients. You can never be in a situation where you're actually making capital losses, okay? Because who stands in to pay that, okay? It'll come back to us as a taxpayer to make that up. And it's very unfair. As much as we want to create employment and to get the economy going for the previously disadvantaged, at the end of the day, we've also got to bear in mind that your responsibility is to the taxpayer of this country and to the recipients of these funds as well. So in my mind, yes, invest, but there should be an absolute instruction to the PIC that you can never place any of this money at serious capital risk or even at capital risk. So yes, invest. But the instruments you can use, there are bonds, there's money market accounts, there's various other things. But to my mind, it is completely inappropriate to be putting your money in unlisted investments. The other avenue there, obviously, is that it also opens it up to fraud and corruption. I mean, we've seen in News 24 about a certain Mr. Oliphant, who even Old Mutual and Investec put money with, and he was a recipient of the Black Industrialist Fund and everything, and he's disappeared with all the money. Okay, there can be too many instances of backdoor investments through the PIC into helping friends companies. You guys need to be completely clean in your investments. Okay, this really must stop. And I quite agree with the Minister with the moratorium. I'd say get out of that as soon as you can and actually focus on what you're meant to be doing properly and let the PIC invest your money without capital risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kubeka, do you have a question or are you gymming for your turn? Okay. All right, thank you. Let me hand over to you, members. Colleagues. If you can be succinct, because I do want to give the members an opportunity to ask questions. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members, Asak and Atkins. I think, yeah, thank you. So, okay, yes, you know, it's fair to say what concrete plans have you had and what have you achieved. So what I can say is when we joined in 2023, both of us in the CFO, January 2023, we came in, there were no 21-22 financials. There were no 22-23 financials, and yet, you know, so what we did do, and this is what we did, in 1 year we went through 2 audits, right? Made sure that those reports, albeit were submitted late, I think you see in our table there, sorry, slide 3, we submitted those financials, and then we played that catch-up game, and we made sure we took directive and we made sure 23-24 financials were submitted on time, and so was the annual report. Albeit, yes, a disclaimer, those are the hard decisions you make in leadership, you know, which ones you're going to take a knock on and which ones you're not, you know. Unfortunately, it did lead to a disclaimer, but we wanted to catch up. We wanted to make sure we're on time, regulated timelines. What are the concrete things? Coming in quickly, you know, you're right, the culture there in the compensation fund, it's, as you know, Honorable Matuna said, it's 10 years. Honestly, it's 10 years. You have junior people there. You have collusion for fraud, etc. You know, we agree. You know, it's also inside collusion, etc. And that's the only way, like I said, acknowledge the problem. That's the first thing in a concrete plan, acknowledge the problem. We are implementing strict action plans now that are linked to our risk registers, which is a recommendation that AGSA said. We are acknowledging the issues that we have in terms of Comp Easy and saying, how can we make it easier for our clients and employers? Because it's their revenue, actually. You know, we don't get money from the fiscus, it's employers' money. It's even more how would I say, responsibility placed on us, right? And we are working on improving our payment processes. So for us, concrete plans, fraud, biometrics is in. We've evaluated our payment processes. We might not see it in this upcoming audit due to, you know, implementation within this financial year, etc. But there are serious improvements there. There is a culture of accountability. I sometimes tease and say I am the most hated person in the compensation fund, but I am taking things head on, and I'm not a softie. I am really harsh, and I want results, and I think the team can speak on that also. Right, so I'm candid about time. You're right, the acting, we've been told we are in Hollywood before, don't stress, we've been told that. A lot of the senior management posts I've committed on my times. I'm sitting now on weekends until 10 o'clock in the night doing interviews, shortlistings, etc. So we're working hard on filling those posts. Yes, you are right. I'm not going to fill posts for the sake of filling, Chairperson. That is what has happened in the past, and that's why you're sitting with the skills and the problems that you have. And once somebody enters into government, very hard to get them out. So what we are doing is we're taking the risks. We're going on a headhunting approach, right? Maybe our salaries don't fit, but what we do is we make sure we have people who are committed, hard workers, and are capable, and are willing to lead in terms of what we need to do of paying benefits. So what we do also is my CFO is a very good lecturer. He writes, we give people actually exam papers now before they sit for an interview, and we test them on the scenarios in the fund. And guess what? We've even had people who are employed in the fund fail that test paper and not employ them and not promote them. We've also charged people. There is disciplinary action, I promise you, on the fraud, etc., and even just basic incompetence. We've charged them. Unfortunately, I think on one of my slides, I did say public processes are arduous, and we are finding that difficult, but we're going to appoint independent investigators, so we have non-biasness also in terms of charging people. The auditing firms, what we do have is we don't have an auditing firm right now. What we have is our own investigation unit. They appoint independent investigators to assist with reports so that we can, charge people, which we've done. I think it's in the slides. And then, I think fraud, the urgent plans is literally the biometrics, the cybersecurity, and the investigations. We're getting good outcomes with the Fusion Center, where SIU is. Just last week, we reclaimed 24 million rand from fraudulent transactions. But most importantly, I want to say, whatever AG tells us, we acknowledge. I hope I know it's not an easy relationship, but I am one who is taking the feedback. I am one who is trying to acknowledge what those issues are, despite them maybe being denied over 10 years. I think Bulelwa knows that. And most importantly, those internal controls, etc., we are working on them. We've got a dedicated project and we're pursuing them. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and then Honorable Atkins, yes. You know, maybe you are right. When I became acting commissioner, I did say, but you know, my mandate is, can pensioners get paid? Can medical, you know, why must I sit? And I think Chairperson also has a point there. I think what we're doing and what we've learned from the mistakes is SRIs, yes, not necessarily, you're right. I think what you've alluded to in certain level. And that's why we're saying, let's build an internal investment capacity. How do we hold asset managers accountable? And at the same time, the people that are deserving, that are going to grow the economy, etc., that are solid, like for example, student accommodation, right? You know, it's out there, right? There's not enough student accommodation. It's something that as an investment will benefit the entire country and us. So I think that's where we're going to put in strict protocols on what exactly do we invest in and how solid are those investments. I think just to also stress, right, if you look at our portfolio, remember, a majority of our money is sitting in the equities and the bonds, right? It was only, I think, about 2%, 1.4% there. There are 2% that's sitting in the SRIs. So we'll always make sure that in terms of risk, majority of our risk is in the equities and the bond market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on. Oh, sorry. I'm going to move on to Honorable Skosana, then Honorable Mkonto. It will be your first opportunity, ma'am, in this committee. A special welcome to you. Honorable Member, welcome. And then it will be you thereafter. Thank you. Are you leaving the opportunity, Honorable Skosana? Thank you, Honorable Mkonto. Or are you going to ask?
Well. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure because in terms of the executive, they are changing. I said the last time, I don't know until I get the slides and the presentation given to us that is a deputy minister, and I think some people won't be happy because maybe in the near future we won't have deputy ministers, and I wish that can happen as quickly as possible, Chair. The issue at hand, I'm not going to go to numbers because we've been going to numbers, and you know, my colleague just said now to say, in fact, both colleagues already said that billions of rands, fruit-led expenditure. But what I heard about this department is that even yourself, acting co-commissioner, you said it's for 2 years. It's, for me, from where I'm sitting, it's embarrassing. Is this not the only department anyway? Many departments, you know, some SOEs. Why it's, I'll direct this to the minister. I know she's new in the department, but she has to account, irrespective, that it looks like it's a modus operandi. Nowadays, it's fashionable to have acting CFO, acting DG, acting Deputy Director General. It's all acting. Now, if you've got 2 years being an acting co-commissioner, my question, are you happy with that? Now, when I look at the slides here, I was not even aware, and I guess our people at home who are watching us here have to take, like the chair was asking, I remember well, that it looks like the 1 PT step, I'm seeing Chair, they are one of the investee. They invested in those companies. My question is, how can our people, the disadvantaged, have access to this funding? My other question is...
Hopefully your last one, Honorable Skhosana, I'm
I know
managing
that
time.
there is, yes. I'm seeing that there's a lot of, the DG has written off, there's cases from 20, as usual, which are not finalized. My colleague said so that it looks like internally as well, there's problems. I mean, if you have, in 5 years, 36 number of cases, and 64 million was paid without any document. I don't understand, Chair. And when I look at these cases here, it's shocking. But anyway, because there's no time, Chair, perhaps, but I hope they'll come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No, we will engage with them again during the course of this year. Honorable Skhosana, just switch off your mic. Honorable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, the Minister, the Acting DG and their team. Chair, I hope the House will be able to follow what I want to present. According to the presentation of the Minister, there has been acting DGs in the department in the past 1 or 2 years, one after the other. According to the presentation of the Commissioner, there has been CFOs acting one after another. And the Minister said the former Commissioner is on precautionary leave because of the Tuja case. I know for sure, because I'm privileged to be in that committee during the 6th Parliament, that even the DG resigned because of the Tuja case. And the big question, Chair, is, considering all the irregularities, maladministration, finance mismanagement, fraud, corruption in the compensation fund and the UIF, who at top management has been brought to book? Has any consequence management being applied to any top management? Because all these ones that we are talking about, they left, they were brought to book just because of the Tuja case. And all these other things that result in the fund getting disclaimers from the Auditor General. Who is responsible for that? And where are those people? Is there any consequence management in what they have done? And those who have left, are we able to follow them? Why did they leave? And can we be able to bring them to book of what they are running away from in this fund? Chair, we will get reports. Secondly, we will get reports of numbers, figures, rands, cents, billions, and millions. But the fact of the matter is, there are families that are affected by this. There are ordinary, poor, vulnerable workers that are affected by these things that are written here. Maybe on top of the Auditor General of South Africa, we also need the Human Rights Commission and the Public Protector to bring faces of these numbers that are brought here that are being disadvantaged by these fraudulent activities, criminal activities that are happening in this department. It cannot be that we talk as if these are just numbers. There are families that are affected here. There are individuals that are losing their lives because of stress resulting from these activities. The last one, Chair. The ICT system has long been a bone of contention. How far is the process of rectifying that? And the department seemed to be investigating itself, Chair. With the experience that some of us have is that the reason internal auditors are not listened to is because of their post levels within departments. The CFO can't listen to the internal auditor because the internal auditor is junior to the CFO. Then again, we are having people that are investigating cases in this department. What is their post level? Do they have powers to say to the DG, but you went wrong here? Or they are just chasing lizards within the department and the crocodiles are left to be free and do whatever they are busy with. We have to check that.
Honorable Mkodo, I'm sorry, so I am trying to manage our time, so yes, my apologies. I hate doing this, but so honorable member, the reason I didn't mention your name, I've got it in writing. I hate mispronouncing people's names, and so I thought, oh, do I say Honorable Michael? Can you please help us? Help me at least.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sello Maecho.
Thank you. Thank you. I will not.
Yeah, but as you can read it, it's spelled Maecho, but it's Maecho. Thank you very much, Chair. And let me as well welcome the presentation from the departments and the entities. Chair, I won't be long. I will just touch on the input of the Honorable Minister in terms of the intervention mechanism which they are envisaging to implement as a way of trying to cap the what you call mostly by our members here the maladministration as well as the contradiction in as far as the duties are concerned. And I will take what Honorable Madonas asked the Minister in terms of the establishment of the boards regarding the two entities. Chair, I think that without being a representative of the department, because I happen to sit in the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour, and we want to agree with the Minister in terms of the restructuring or the unbundling of the entities. And the Minister indicated that the process, according to the technocrats or the officials, will take 4 years or long. And we want to also support the Minister by saying that will be a too long time frame in as far as that process is concerned. And Chair, quickly, the issue of the restructuring of this fund into standalone entities will then help us as Parliament to ensure that there is accountability and also there is more efficient, there is efficiency and proper governance. So I want to applaud the Minister with regard to that. However, Chair, we also perhaps want to agree further that most of the members are talking about the review in terms of how do you invest these particular funds into more into more efficient program like helping in terms of assisting our people and establishing advocacy programs that our people will know about this particular funds and have access to it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Maicho, did I say it right? Yes. Thank you so much. I'm going to get confident. Don't worry. I'll get there by the end of the meeting. Honorable Skosan.
No, thank you thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good day to all honorable members, Honorable Minister, the team from your department, the team from the Compensation Fund and the UIF, and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll just make one comment, Chair, and ask two questions. On the comment, I think, yeah, we welcome your commitment, Minister, to turn the situation around. But we sympathize with you that you inherited this kind of an entity. We really sympathize with you, but we welcome your commitment that you are prepared to turn the situation around. And the fact that you are saying you want to see changes as soon as possible because you don't have time. We also don't have time from our side as this committee. Because we are only here for 5 years, so we don't have time, so we also want to see changes. We also welcome what you have said, Commissioner. Yeah, we welcome what you have said. But then having looked at the legacy report of this committee, of the 6th Parliament, meetings that were held between this committee and yourself. When I'm saying yourself, I'm referring to the compensation fund led by the department, even though maybe you were not there. Looking at the issues that were discussed, undertakings that were made, and all that, it becomes very difficult for us to just easily accept and be convinced that indeed things will change very soon. Because I think there were a number of commitments that were made on the side of the compensation fund, which unfortunately were not realized. We're still sitting here with disclaimers of over 10 years. Yeah, so we welcome what we are saying, but we are taking it with a pinch of salt. Because of the legacy reports that we have gone through them. Yeah, I know that maybe people that we are talking with here, they may not have been there for the whole 10 years, what. But unfortunately is that when you get into an institution, you inherit whatever that is there. You inherit even challenges that are there. You even inherit good things that are taking place there. So that's why we may seem difficult, is because of the situation. Last week we were sitting with one of the state entities, one of the SETAs. Now there's a SETA that got qualified audit opinions for 3 consecutive years. And then when we were asking them, then they explained that no, it's 3 qualified audit opinions, but they are not the same. You see, because there are issues that are raised by the AG got reduced from the 1st year to the 2nd year to the 3rd year. So they were arguing that we need to understand that there are improvements. And I said to them, you see, if you get a qualification in the 1st year, we will understand, and then the AG will show you the issues that we need to look at. And if you get a qualification for the 2nd year with reduced issues, we will also understand that though you got a qualification again, but the issues have been reduced. But if you get a qualification for a 3rd year, we will not understand that. Because our expectation is that in the 3rd year, you should get out of the qualification and get an unqualified. But unfortunately now, today we are dealing with a worse scenario altogether. We are not talking about a qualification, we are talking about a disclaimer. And we're not talking about 3 years, we are talking about 10 years. So this is a worse, it's a worse situation that we are dealing with today. That's why it becomes very difficult for us to easily be convinced that the situation will change very soon. But we are here to support you, and we hope we will see changes. Coming to my 2 questions, Honorable Chair. I see that on your APP, in terms of the financial year 23-24, you only achieved 57% of your APP targets. Why is that the case? I understand that earlier, Honorable Maduna asked the issue of targets versus the over expenditure, but I think the answer was given with regards to the over expenditure. But I'm just worried that out of 100% of your targets, you only achieved 57. Why is that the case? The second question, which is the last question, I'm leaving other questions in the interest of time. HGSA found that there's a lack of preventatives control, and you've got, and that 97% of previously reported irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure remaining unresolved. 97%. It means you only dealt with 3% of both the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Why is that the case? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bila.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, and all present here. I just want to welcome the opening remarks by the Minister and the commitment that she has made now that she wants to change things in this entity. It is not nice to be a permanent resident of disclaimer audit outcome. The entity must come out there. So I have 2 questions, Honorable Chairperson, to ask. The first one is on fraudulent payments and unauthorized bank account changes. That has been discovered by the AGSA that there are payments that have been made to unlisted bank accounts. Can you explain and quantify that how many individual payments were made to these unauthorized accounts? And what is the estimated percentage of these funds that can be recovered through legal action? The next question was on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think Honorable Maduna has covered me on that one. There is the last question that I have on employee-related cost. There is increased from, the employment-related cost has increased from 1.36 billion in 2023 to 1.46 billion in 2024. The increase is by 100 million, despite a decrease in the number of employees from 976 to 930, which is 46 employees. Now, why and how did employee-related costs increase despite a reduction in the number of employees? What steps are being taken to manage and control employee-related expenses more effectively? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bila. Honorable Neil May.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and your team that is here present. Good morning to our colleagues that are here. It is heartful to hear that the Minister is intending to have a turnaround strategy for this department, and we are very happy to have that. I think one of the areas that you mentioned, Chair, is that This fund is a pension and insurance fund. And my two questions are going to be with regards to the percentage of approved benefits paid within 10 working days. The target was 90%, the achievement was 75%, and the shortfall was 15%. Is there any reason for the 15% shortfall? And what were the main reasons for the delay in paying approved benefits within the stipulated 10 working days? And coupled to that, how does the fund plan to address these delays and improve the payment processes? The second question that I have is with regards to Program 4, which we spoke about. It's the orthotic and rehabilitation services. I think this is something that is close to all of our hearts. There's a number of persons with disabilities funded annually for vocational rehabilitation program. The target was 300. The achievement was 87 and the shortfall was 213. What factors contributed to such significant and a dismal shortfall in funding persons with disabilities for the vocational rehabilitation program? And what strategies are being put in place to increase the number of beneficiaries in the next financial year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nilmay. Honourable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. So the one comment that the AG made that sticks out to me, and I think it sums everything up, it says the fund is experiencing a total breakdown in internal controls. It doesn't talk about a partial or little bit, total. And as a result, the fund has become a cesspool of incompetence, corruption, and wastage. And Minister, the AG keeps on referring to the lack of accountability in the system. So my question to you, Minister, and I ask it with all due respect, at what stage will you resign if the cesspool continues? It was quite clear that the previous Minister of Labour was sleeping on the job. At what stage would you say, I have not done good enough and I will step down? And then in terms of the advisory board, if somebody could just explain what they're advising on, if somebody could send us a mandate and how much have they been paid, say, in the last financial year. And then just lastly, the SRU did an investigation. It was finalised in 2021 into the compensation fund. Could we please get a copy of that final investigation? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Beasley. Honourable Maduna's mind has been pricked by the conversation. You've got two questions? Yeah. Not Maduna, Madlala, sorry. Two questions.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think I may have been out when the minister said it's going to come up with a turnaround strategy, because my issue is on 3 or 4 areas. One, it is to, well, if there's going to be one, if we can be submitted that, or if we can get a commitment of when we'll receive it, because if already there was one, I was going to check if there are timelines for it, because I think I've had the conversation flowing and taking from what my other colleagues are saying, that, you know, you get these commitments which are never fulfilled. So maybe let's try and narrow things down. So it is, if there's no strategy, when are we expecting the strategy to be in place? It will help us also as a committee so that when the time comes, we can be able to say you had committed to say by this time. And has it happened or has it not happened? In terms of the legacy issues, also it is because I heard that the acting commissioner is saying that they will deal with them. I need project timelines. So if there are no documents, project timelines should say these are the reasons why there are not documents. By this time, we anticipate that 30% of the documents or the regularization process or whatever process will be put in place to ensure that there's an alignment and there are auditable documents. By this time, 30% would have been achieved. We anticipate that by that time, we would have completed it. Regardless of the years, obviously, we don't have the entire term for that. But it will help us also, so that when we meet again, we can say, you committed that by this time you would have done A, B, C, and D. How far is that? So you give us a very precise report. But also, which will then go to the minister, is the consequences thereafter, because these things should then fit into your performance plans and performance targets, to say that what we anticipate from you during this period is that you deliver on A, B, C, D, and E, failure which what then happens. because I think we've spoken about it in this committee a number of times, the issue of consequence management, dismissal on poor performance, or dealing with issues of poor performance in whatever legal framework that it is available, so that we ensure that we don't just get excuses going forward. So those are the two issues for me: the legacy issues, the performance targets of executive, which the minister should be able to have sight of and be agreeable to, ensuring as well that there's a turnaround strategy with clear timelines so that we can be able to measure it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I hand over to you, Minister and colleagues? And then what I'll do at the end is I'll just, because what I want us to do is to speak again in 6 months' time, to meet in about 6 months' time to get progress. I'm also, by doing that, trying to close the gap between the period covered by the audit outcomes and the conversation that we actually have about those audit outcomes. If we get an update in the middle, say around September, October, it just helps us with the next version of this conversation in 2026, that we don't have this big gap in between.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So I think we started with the Honorable, if I'm correct, Honorable Mkonto, the Honorable Member who's left, I think, yeah. So I think, yeah, just to touch on the, on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and how are we acting on that? So we have seen a big major reduction in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Most of our fruitless and wasteful expenditure was on supply chain management processes not being followed accurately. So it's not that we just gave out a tender, etc. Maybe there's certain things within those gaps, etc. I know one was one tender, which was over 10 years ago, and that costed us a lot, was where the company couldn't fulfill the tender that had been given and had taken us to court, etc., and we had lost that case based on faults from the CF management. But in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, also what I can say is that with the new CFO and the strict financial processes that we've put in terms of who our members are in our BAC, our BECs, etc., he's quite very, I think you saw he's very detailed in his answers, which is good in terms of detail when doing the work. So he together with the BAC team are now strictly going through each procurement to ensure fairness and transparency in those processes. And in fact, right now we had, for example, a tender come in where the BEC had said this is a nominated bidder, and we had turned it down because we felt that in terms of the SCM processes, they were not followed correctly. That's the feedback that I've gotten. The SRIs and how do the disadvantaged access it, etc. The PIC does have a website where everyone can submit their proposals on investments, but obviously you need to have a proper business proposal, etc. And that is how you can access funding through the PIC, because they are our investment manager. We don't deal directly. I think, as the chairperson said, it's on our mandate on that, so the PIC acts on our behalf currently. Honorable Mkonto's, in terms of the acting, and that I'll leave to the minister, but just on the CFO, he's not acting. We are happy to say he is appointed permanently, and he is a chartered accountant, and he has brought value for us in terms of the financials. And maybe just to touch on, I think, the disclaimer, and yes, the disclaimer is disheartening. For me, myself, I started also doing research and realized that we might just be the only entity that is in a disclaimer. And that was actually very disheartening, It's something that's not to be proud of, and you're right, Honorable Member Skosana, that when you're heading an entity and you're in a disclaimer for 10 years and you start telling yourself, like, what is wrong with this place? Like, what is wrong? And but all you can do is you can pull up your socks. You can benchmark. For example, SASA is on in a disclaimer. They have over 20 million beneficiaries. They can produce source documents when AG is auditing them, and AG can just confirm that. So those are the things that motivate you to say you can come out of it, right? So I can assure you that in terms of the disclaimer, the plan we've put in, and I want to say that in those tables there, we do have timelines on those functions, and knowing that we're coming back in 6 months' time is definitely clear motivation to push ahead with full force and achieve those actions. And in terms of, yes, the fraud, Honorable Konto is right. You know, when there's fraud, it's money that was supposed to go to a beneficiary. It hasn't gone to a beneficiary. It's gone to a fraudulent bank account. What are we doing there? That's why I'm saying, I think our slides, I don't want to repeat some of the answers, the biometrics, the cyber, etc., all of those. And we ensure also then we reprocess those payments and then go through to the to the rightful beneficiary. I think also maybe on the internal audit and the ASIM, they are at director positions. For us in the fund, we don't have a hierarchy. It doesn't matter what position you are in. We had a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which had previous directors, etc., and some issues. We wrote to the SIU and we said, investigate and let's take action on those people that are responsible for that fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure. Honorable Mayet, I'm Mayecho. Yes, sorry,
Mayecho.
I'm also, forgive me. I thought I wrote it right, but I didn't. Thank you on the restructuring. I think the minister will give feedback on that, but you are right. The restructuring and the unbundling is what will give us fully fledged powers as a fully fledged Section 3 entity and allow us not to have the bureaucracies, maybe in terms of, you know, current DPSA, etc., that will allow us to make the quick decisions, the quick procurements, etc., that will allow the fund to flourish. Okay, Honorable Skosana, I think I've taken your feedback on the disclaimer. Also, what makes, I think also in the disclaimer, like the minister pointed out in her opening remarks, we having monthly feedbacks to the minister, so we have to provide progress. What I must say about our minister, she's very hands-on, very smart, and operationally the guidance she gives us, it's very impressive. And I'm not just saying it because she's our executive authority and our minister. She's hands-on. You get requests tomorrow. There's a meeting 7 a.m. and you come in with your presentation, and it focuses on operations. It focuses on the detail. And I'm not just saying it because she's my minister. I mean, I have been through previous ministers, and this minister is very hands-on, our minister. So in terms of also. But I have to speak the truth where I have to, Honorable Esak. I'm not somebody to not, speak the truth. And for me, it literally is, and I'm saying it because I said I've experienced previous ministers hands-on. Yeah. So in terms of our CETA, I think you gave the example of CETA, and you're right. I think Honorable Minister has also given us that directive, you know. She doesn't want to see a gradual thing. She wants to see a big bang approach, and I think it's possible. We'll work with AG on what those solutions are and get to that big bang approach of how do we come out of the disclaimer. On the APP, yes, it says... we say that, it's a 57%. So what happened then, and this is where I have to be honest, and this is where acknowledgement of issues comes. When those targets were set 5 years ago, an evidence-based approach was not taken, right? So you just write things that come to your head, thumb suck, and then you think, like you're saying, job creation, etc., all of this, and I'm just going to write it, I'm going to put it in. Now you can't achieve it, there's a moratorium, etc. So already you've got like 3-5 indicators there that are not evidence, that are not data-based and data-driven, and that's what's leading to the poor performance. So with the new strat plan, with the new administration, what we have done is it is more data-driven, it is more evidence-based. You'll see realistic indicators, and you'll see an improvement in that performance. Okay, so that's what we're also pushing for. I don't know if which one? The salaries. Oh yes, okay. Honorable Bila. So I think on the fraudulent one, if you don't mind, I think I have answered them on the biometric solution, the banking project, etc., and those key things that we're implementing, just for time's sake. And then on the employer-related costs, if the CFO, if you can, you've got an answer there for us? Okay, so the CFO is going to give a quick answer, not detailed accounting. Yeah, thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. To the question of employee-related costs that Honourable Member had mentioned, it had gone up by 100 million. We have on the face of income statement or statement of financial performance a 1.46 billion, 1.46 billion as a 2024 figure. 2023, it's 1.36 billion. So in the comment on the annual report, under the word by the commissioner there and the DG, we say that the spending on compensation of employees has remained steady at around 1.4 billion year on year. This is demonstration of the vacancies that the fund has been unable to fill during the year, and the minister's decision to freeze recognition of and payments of senior managers' pay progressions. So it has remained steady year on year. I'll have to check if there's where 100 million comes from. Yeah.
I think maybe we'll give you a written response on that because of time, and maybe you can indicate to us where you found that. Yeah. Chairperson, I don't know.
So I'm not certain all the questions have been, have they?
Get through the rest of the questions because the member had his hand up here. Okay, so in terms of the percentage of approved payment, yeah, very smart question. What happened is, yes, when that cybersecurity threat comes in, and now you're given a report from the cybersecurity specialists that they're coming in, they're hacking the system, they're getting in, what choice do we have? And even though the implications are, you know, delayed payments, the thing is you're so scared of payments going through, you have to halt payments. So we halt payments until we figure out and come up with a solution on what that cyber threat is, and we've covered the cyber threat. And we had quite a few attacks, and that's why it went down to the 75%. So it was actually all the cybersecurity threats that we had picked up, and we had to halt the payments. But what we have done, we've done a workshop, we've looked at what the gaps are, and we are going to improve on that payment process, hopefully also with the procurement of that advanced cybersecurity that will then assist us in ensuring we have a safe ICT environment. Program 4, yes, that's actually my passion. That's my job, Chief Director Rehabilitation, before I got acting, you know, so yeah, and then all the problems came, more problems. But I'm passionate also about acting commissioner. It has brought out the best in me. So regards to program 4, so what happened again, evidence-based approach. We don't have a pensioner database that is verified with injuries. You don't have updated contact numbers. So very difficult, but we very actively on radios, local radio stations, everywhere advertising the program. Unfortunately, maybe the responses are few. Also, the mandate is not general people with disabilities. Remember, the mandate of the fund is injured workers with disabilities. So if I start funding general PWDs, you know, then AG is going to come and say, but that's not your mandate, right? So I have to, so majority of those workers are injured workers with disabilities. Also, in terms of that, what we are doing, also what we're struggling with is we're finding injured workers with disabilities, but unfortunately in South Africa, training institutions that are adapted to people with disabilities, those are the issues. But we're getting more buy-in partners, and I believe this year we've achieved a target around 100 persons with disabilities. So steadily we're improving. Also, I just want to mention this is a relatively new program. I established it with Ms. Magorono 5 years ago, where it started from 0. So, you know, we are proud of where we've come from in the 5 years, and we're going to get a total of at least 287 in the 5 years from starting from 0. But we are focusing on improving that. Honorable Beasley, yeah, I know, you know, when someone says total breakdown, you know, of internal controls, I think maybe this is where now I have to, I don't know, I have this discussion with my audit chair and say, why do you sensationalize, you know? But it does seem like that, right? I mean, it's a disclaimer. You'll say total breakdown of internal controls, you know? But I think, I don't know about the word total. I agree there are breakdown in internal controls, but I mean, there are still people out there who do get money from the fund when we pay benefits. It's not like you can go to them, go find them. They are getting their money. It's not that all that 5 billion went to some other person, you know, and didn't go to any beneficiary. And that's what a total breakdown would mean, right? If I'm correct, you know. So there are gaps in the internal controls, and we are going to cover those gaps. We understand. I think, you know what's the issue, right? And that's something, because I came from private sector. Is I think the translating of processes to systems is very difficult for a lot of people, and that's where the skill comes in, and that's the skill we're gonna get, and that's the skill that you know, a lot of, at least I mean I have it, and a lot of other, you know, people within CF, and that's what we need to cover those controls, and we're going to do it. Okay, so I think. The advisory board, I mean, it is in our financials, in our annual report, but we can send it to you. How much do they get paid? They actually complain about the payment, by the way. They feel it's too little. It's not 30,000 Rand a day or something. I think it's like 2,500 Rand or something for the day. So it is an advisory board. What do they do? We report to them on major, strategic areas within the fund, and they then obviously agree or disagree with us, advise us on how to proceed, and then they do quarterly reports that they then submit to the minister and give advice on what they feel like, especially maybe investments. Like I know SRIs, they did raise serious issues on the SRIs, just as the members are raising here, etc. So I just want to give that example, but we can email you the list of who those members are. It is done through NEDLAC, where through business and labor, there's members, and then there's independent members that the minister must appoint. Okay, the SIU investigation, I'm not aware of it. If you can allow me to do that homework and just go investigate. I don't know if it was UIF or us, but I'll investigate it. And then on Honorable Malala, I agree with you. We're going to have timelines. We're coming back in 6 months, so we better show that, you know, as Honorable Skosana said, you know, don't take it with a pinch of salt. We put actions into the words that we're saying. So we will implement those timelines and give you proper feedback. I don't know if there's any questions that I missed. Oh yeah.
Do you want to speak to whether the minister should resign or not? I'm joking.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this question to a member, if then the oversight responsibility in terms of the separation of the powers and functions of the arms of the state, will the member resign? It's on a lighter note, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I'm a very optimistic person, and they say experience is the best teacher. I come from very humble beginnings, from being an ordinary councillor to being a speaker, a mayor, an MEC, and now a minister. When I was a mayor, I arrived to a situation in a municipality where there had been 5 consecutive years of more than, at that time, the under expenditure was more than 500 million. Money is being returned back to the National Fiscus. When I got into office first day, I met with the National Treasury, Jan Hatton, telling me the money is being returned back. I think my predecessor had requested National Treasury to roll over the money, and he said, we have declined that. And I pleaded with him to say, just give me an opportunity. I'm the new mayor. I am saying I'll put all mechanisms in place to ensure that the money is spent. Just roll it over. With more than 5 years disclaimers, consecutive disclaimers. So I managed when I left, we were overspending actually. Same year we spent, additional to what we spent for the year was the money that was rolled over. I'm not blowing my own horn, but at the same time, I've learned in the process, including the issue of disclaimer. My internal auditor, when I was presenting to me the audit action plan, he gave me a number of years. I said, and I asked him, where will I be at that time? So you can't tell me, in order for us to turn around this institution from a disclaimer will need X number of years. I said, I need it done as soon as yesterday. So I will push, and I won't plan for resignation. Instead, I will plan for promotion if there's something like that. So we will see with the support of the committee if then we win. But the decision to fire me is with the president. I think they tried to cover everything, Honorable Chairperson, but I want to help Honorable Mkhonto to say I don't think the action that was taken towards the UIC commissioner and the resignation of the former DG was a case, a case that is isolated only because of torture. Hence, we've got so many cases that we are saying, if you go to slide 44, you'll see that consequence management is something that we're doing. People have been fired, criminal cases have been opened against people. We might have failed in terms of having opened the case for the DG who resigned because it was attempted fraud, which was stopped before it happened. Maybe you can even look at that and see if we have not maybe or get some advices. What do you do in a scenario like that? But I agree with the Honourable Member. It's not correct that people, when they are charged, they must then jump the ship and then it is history, we don't do anything, because the law still requires us to open criminal cases if people are no more in the system, which is what I've been even saying with the current case. I've been approached many times that let's have an agreement to part ways with the commissioner. I said, no, if the commissioner pleads not guilty, is honest, must go and be cleared by the process. I can't be seen to be condoning corruption. To me, it is too serious, the issue that he is fingered on of the 5 billion. But anyone in South Africa is presumed innocent until proven guilty. But we must at least exhaust the process. So I'm a person who believes in that. So we are open to advices on how best then you can deal with other issues. And we are dealing with the issue of the ICT. Again, there is a very complex issue with ICT in general in South Africa. We've got this service provider, the program of SEP, and there are many issues that they know I'm taking them to task about. And there was also even a disruption, a delay in terms of even the SEP that has taken forever doing the work that is supposed to be doing because of the issues of capacity, us not being able to take decisions, even the management sometimes toing and throwing on who to be appointed, not appointing people whose processes have been approved. And they know that I've been saying, you don't have a reason, I'm sorry, not to appoint people if a process was followed to the latter. But if then the process is not followed to the latter, if you stop that, you must investigate, because it can't be about interest of individuals who are involved in the system. So I agree that ICT, when they were even saying to me, we don't have money in a meeting of the IYM, I said, you can't tell me you don't have money, CF and UIF. Work with the DEL, that 40-40 split, 40-40-20 split of then funding the actual ICT, go and see where you can get money. And as a result, I think there is some work. We can even come and brief the committee or report to the committee on the ICT specifically. What are the issues? What is it that we are doing to deal with those issues? I note the issue raised by the Honourable Member again, Honourable Mkhonto, of lizards chasing crocodiles. But I think in a way, in terms of work ethics and ethical code, there is also an understanding that if you are an internal auditor, even if you are junior, if you are a director, you're not supposed to be reporting to everybody else. You're supposed to report to the head, the accounting officer, be it of the department or of the entity. But it's a homework to me just to verify, because I know there are reports that have been compiled by risk committees and also internal auditors who are supposed to be taken seriously, supposed to be placed in the office of the DG, so that should anything go wrong, they are not subjected to that Mickey Mouse or approach being undermined by those who feel they are more powerful than them. Please, Honorable Skosana, give us a benefit of a doubt. On this issue of 10 years versus the 3 consecutive years of qualified, I suspect when they stay unqualified for that long, those departments or sitters, maybe there is a misunderstanding of qualification to think it deserves to be celebrated because they are qualified. A story that I heard that there was this mayor who thought when they got a qualification and then he slaughtered a sheep to say you are qualified. But even though we are in a disclaimer and it's been 10 years, with the turnaround of the 2-year submission, including the 1-year submission on time, now we are gone past that stage. We want to look at the actual content and outcome of what is it that we are doing, hence the emphasis on us having a very clear audit improvement plan, audit action plan, and being very religious in sticking on it. Actually, in the meeting of the ministry that we had just last week, not last week, Monday, what is the day today? Last week, yes, Tuesday, we agreed that actually it's going to be a standing item, the issue of the audit improvements in our monthly meeting, no more now in a quarterly meeting where they are presenting their performance. So we are saying we know it's hard for you to believe. You've been around, you understand the challenges, but we'll do our best to try to improve or to turn the situation around. And I take the counsel from Honorable Matlala, maybe we need to go and have a turnaround strategy that is written down, because we're talking about turning around the situation. But I think your question, it says to us, we must have a very clear turnaround strategy that says we'll be doing this. We must expect, you must expect us to be here at such a time, so that we submit that to yourself. It will also help us to sit on our toes, because we know that we have submitted something that we have measured. Because anything, there's a scholar who says performance must be measured, because unfortunately, if you don't measure performance, you might reward failure. So it is important that we take the counseling that we are, the counsel that we are giving here, and try to do that. Otherwise, Chairperson, we take also that you are committing that we must go and work, and no, we don't have the entire year. Within 6 months, we want to see us having moved the needle in line with what we have said to yourselves. But the issue of the advisory board and what they've done by Honorable Beasley, I think we need to submit that in writing, because at the end of the day, the advisory board, as we said, it will remain an advisory board until then we get to changing the law or completing the unbundling, so that we give that authority to the boards and also to these entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and your team. So can we proceed in this way? So we're going to send you some follow-up queries for written response so that the members are further appraised of the issues canvassed here today. So what we will do is the following. We will then work with you to arrive at a written submission template that tracks the audit issues raised. If we can do this, we receive that report in 3 months' time. We then see each other in 6 months' time. That will enable us to be able to see progress made against certain metrics in terms of the auditing outcome, so that we can work out whether there is progress being made. We appreciate the difficulty of turning around institutions and so on. There's several things that are important, Minister. The first is that let's make sure that all the vacant, the acting positions become permanent, one way or the other, which means any processes that are pending must be completed. I think that is important. The second thing I want to say is that, so what we do, so we had ESCOM here last week, and what ESCOM have accepted as an offer from the committee, from myself in particular, let us work together in your submission to the committee, because we have over 300 entities that we must oversee. Do not be afraid of this process of interacting before the meeting. I spend a lot of time with the members. I know generally what key issues they want addressed in a meeting like this, and your presentation can be in a position where it starts with the 10 most important issues. We take things from oversight, my colleagues take notes here, and we say at oversight, this came up, please address it, etc. We go through a process of guiding the presentation. Do not be afraid or be defensive and want to overwhelm us with information. We do not like presentations that are more than 25 slides, including interceding slides. But it's possible to focus on the issues that the committee wants to know, the issues raised by the Auditor General, and we have enough time between ourselves and the members to have a conversation, and we do not rush. 55 slides, I must tell you now, next time, and it's your first time, so don't worry, I'm not angry. Next time, once you get to 26 slides, you must know there's a problem. Go back and try and tell your story. But we will assist you with the Secretariat to answer the questions the members have had over time. We take into account newspaper articles and all of this stuff and ask you to address it up front. That will be helpful. So, Minister, I don't mind, even if it's you, DG or Commissioner, if you want to ask me a question or ask us, don't be, please, I'm open to that, so that we can get to a conversation that is succinct, deals with the issues, and we can release you to go and do your work. You're not supposed to be in Parliament all the time. You're supposed to be working, and that's what the outcome that we want. The final thing that I want to say, Minister, on this, and I won't repeat it with the UIF, is that we want to get to a clean audit ourselves. Okay, so shouting at you here is not the outcome that serves our purposes. The reason I'm outlining this process of written submissions, interaction, oversight visits, is that next year, when we get to this conversation, it's a boring conversation. The following year, it's an even more boring conversation. By third year, the journalists don't even want to come because everything is working. And a good story generally doesn't make news. Right, as you know, I was an editor. So what I'm trying to say is we want to work with you, but these outcomes that we see and the tone of the Auditor General's concern about the history, and they're not being harsh on you, they're being harsh on the institution because they've got an experience that goes back a decade where they just don't know what to do anymore because they've repeated the same thing. So please work with us in that regard. But thank you for this segment. I don't think we'll be able to cover everything with the UIF. However, we are going to have the conversation. The Secretariat, to the extent that there are any outstanding issues with UIF, will schedule a follow-up so that we can complete the issues. I'm just going to give an opportunity for a break. We've got an hour more to go. Give an opportunity for a break. Can we come back at 25 to 12? And then we continue with UIF. Thank you.
Can the UIF, I'm not sure if now this is the question for the CFO or the Commissioner, tell us what has led them to pay amounts when there's a clear problem with the processes that ought to be followed before payments are made? Now, maybe it wasn't the current CFO. Maybe she would know who and why the previous CFO, and I'm suspecting that it's another CFO, why they made those payments. Because now, all of this speaks to, and I think we spoke about it earlier with the previous commissioner, a total breakdown in internal controls. Because if you're going to be paying people that are non-existent, you've got serious problems. Chair, you've got issues where payments were made when there was no adequate verification of applicants representing employers and no verification of employer details. If you can't verify employers and employer details, how do you pay those beneficiaries? Incorrect systems calculations of the terrorist benefit payment for the first lockdown period were made? How? Details of employee salaries submitted for benefit claims were not provided. There were applicants whose age was below the legal age of employment. How were those paid? What's the logic behind that? What was happening there? You've got a special case of an ID number being the same as that of a UIF employee paid, deceased individuals. And again, I think with that IT system, why is it not connected to correctional services? You've got imprisoned individuals that were paid benefits. Can we get an amount of those imprisoned individuals? I'm not sure if it's there, maybe I missed it. How much was paid to imprisoned individuals? And again, Chair, we go back to the acting personnel in key positions. We've got the same problem here at UIF. I'm not sure if we need to speak about it again. Do we go back? Do we not? We've got the SIU on UIF observations. Again, the CFO said, and the Commissioner said, we've got things to fix, little things to fix here and there. Again, I beg to differ. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as UIF hired 12 auditing firms to conduct the very same investigation SIU was doing. Now, I think on that one, I would like the Minister to comment on there as to, maybe it's the previous term, but what would her comment be regarding that? The use of fraudulent ID documents by foreigners to claim UIF, I think we've spoken about that. Companies submitting fraudulent claims for their ex-employees. Again, it speaks to the total breakdown of internal controls, because you can't tell us that you've got people who are claiming for people who no longer work for them. So that's actually possible that those people claimed for individuals that were not working for them, and where they were working, they actually claimed there again. Now, there's huge losses that stem or emanate from the UIF, and people need to be held accountable, Chair. We need to find a way to ensure that these perpetrators of these, because these are crimes, this is corruption at its highest level, they need to be brought to book. I call this a lazy IT system that is deliberately maintained to ensure looting. Because there's no way that you can tell me that if you come in there, you see that the IT system is not working. You've got this level of corruption that is not necessary, because this is not necessary. And from where I stand, I think it's easy to say, okay, if we've got issues with other departments, integrate the systems. Why are they not integrated? Integrate the IT system of Home Affairs, UIF, SARS, Correctional Services, and whoever else that you need to integrate with. Just make sure that when a person's ID number pops up, you know, okay, this person is eligible to be paid and this one is not. And then the last question, Chair, and why, again, I'm reiterating, I'm repeating myself. Why is there no cross-departmental information system that links departments such as SARS, Home Affairs, Correctional Services, and Employment and Labor? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Acting Commissioner and your colleagues, you can respond. And then the Minister where appropriate.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Member Beck. We really appreciate the questions that you are asking. I want to start at the because we are talking the COVID issue here. COVID in 2020 when it came in March, and overnight all of us we had to respond in various ways. UIF was one of those that had to come in and respond. When we were called upon to respond, we set up systems in place for us to respond to the disaster that was that had befallen the country, like the world. Then immediately thereafter, AG came in to audit us on this COVID terrors, and I will speak to that. And the classification that you are mentioning, we will also talk to them. But then what transpired during the time that we were making payments, we came with a system in March, we developed it, and then we started paying money. At that time, we worked with our social partners at NEDLEC. And NEDLEC is you find your business, you'll find organized labor, you'll find community there. And those were the immediate beneficiaries of COVID terrors. So we had to work with them. So as we worked on the system that we've developed, because UIF as an insurance, you would know you have an insurance for your car, you pay the premiums, you get covered. You don't pay the insurance, you don't get covered. So equally so with the UIF. When we started getting claims that were coming to us, and then we've got an employer that has been with us with 10 employees. Now he comes in and then he says, pay me COVID terrors for 200 employees. We only pay the 10 that we know is in our system. That happened until our social partner said, I'll use the phrase, I hope I will get it right, that let's not punish the employee for the sin of the employer. That's where our problem started. What did that mean? It meant UIF, you pay the employees, and then you pursue the employer for the 100 now that is now telling you that you must pay for. And in us doing that, that's where AG came in and said, look, there are problems here. And why we had those problems? It's purely because we were paying everybody that is coming in to claim. And there were people that we still rejected. People that already, I want to talk from the space of the deceased. Yes, we are integrated with the Home Affairs, even before COVID. But we've strengthened that during COVID and up to now. But until such time that a deceased person is enrolled into the system, is still active. That's it. The birth and register system will only pick that person up when it gets to be registered. So this week the employer puts up a claim and says pay from Konto, and then Konto immediately once the payment request is made, and then Konto 3 days later passes away, and 2 days ago UIF had already paid. That is one of the problems that we have in this situation. The CFO, the COO will talk at length about all these people, but foreign nationals, yes, we paid. A worker is the person who trades his labor potential in exchange for salary. That's a work. A worker is not classified by jurisdiction. You are a worker irrespective of where you come from. You have in South Africa, as a reality, foreign nationals that are in a country undocumented. They find themselves working in various sectors. You can even check the ones that are doing your Uber Eats and stuff without saying that name. Majority of them are foreign nationals. They are working. Then when COVID happened, they didn't lose their title of being an employee. They remained an employee. And I think we've got sufficient literature about how do we treat an employee, for legal or illegal. We don't look at the status. But what we did with COVID tariffs is we then took that claim and verified it with the Home Affairs system. So workers that were not in the country legal, who didn't have work permits, who were not at the Home Affairs system, we then blocked all of those. They were not paid. That is when now we integrated with the Home Affairs. So we didn't pay them. To date, we still have those employees running into millions that haven't been paid. We are at the Arbitration Foundation of South Africa about it. I anticipate that we are going to go to court about it because we have people that are in the payroll of a particular employer, not at Home Affairs. And as a result, we are not able to then process the payment further because we must verify with Home Affairs the right way that you are saying it. That's what we are doing. We are saying you are an employee, legal or not legal. Now, because AG had flagged this part, and then and they are correct, because you do not know whether this person, who is this person in the value chain, but you know that he's an employee. And the problem with why we are not paying is not everything to do with the person being an employee. Even someone who came with a study permit, and then he changes at night and he goes and work somewhere, then we are not able to pay that person. And that money, it's a lot of money, because you are in South Africa for the purpose of studying. But then now you are appearing at a particular employer, then we are not able to pay that. Because where are you? And then 6 months later, their passport lab system must go and refresh it. And then they get a new number. Like we link our payments with the ID number. We link a payment with the passport number. So the passport number changes as you move. So he was working under passport 1, now he's claiming under passport 2. We are not paying. So I'm saying we are going to court with it because we are saying we are not going to pay because we need this person verified. And we've been to arbitration, and arbitration, we said we are not going to do the payments. But the COO will answer that part. I just want to also talk on what you said about the AG flagging our payments. Yes, they did. Duplication of tasks, no. And I'm saying no because what we do is AG found and then issued a report. And as a result of that report, a proclamation came to light that says, SIU go and investigate. But what are they investigating? All that are potentially irregular. How do you know these are potentially irregular? Then that is where we got in because in order for us to verify all the payments that we've paid, the 65 billion that CFO is talking about, to clear that audit finding, and the 64 billion, Scott, it's not entirely irregular, not fraudulent. We paid to people that put claims irregular or fraudulently. On the face of it, everything is fine. That's what we did. But on this one of that I'm talking to now, AG says these ones are flagged. Look at them. We then said these law firms that we are talking about now, because we have an obligation. When we said we're paying this money, we said at some point we will have to go back and verify each and every payment for two things. Whether it was paid to the right company, and if paid to that company, or right or wrong company, did it actually reach that person whom we were meant to be paying to? And the reason we pay to the employer is because the employer had already have the person in his payroll. If we were to say to pay, we must first enroll the person into our system, and that will take time, and COVID is COVID the way we know it. So we said we are going to verify, and in verifying, we did the title that we gave it is follow the money. That's where the audit firms are coming in. We've got a period of 5 years that we must verify this information. Internally, we will not be able to do that. We went on to get these audit firms as we know them. They verified. At the end of their contract in 12 months, we realized that we are far from finishing, because each and every cent must be accounted for. So even now, we still have the firms that are still verifying our money, so that by the time everybody is verified, every cent is accounted for. That's what AG says, account. So we will account, because every day, as they audit us, those that we have already verified, they get to be cleared. But Chair, through you, I want the context of the SANDF, the SASSA and minors that were paid, and of government officials that were paid as well, so that the COO also give more facts. But I want to say, Chair, as I give it to her, these are definitely not small issues. We take them very serious. We've got a special team that is working on this. So at no stage that we will ever, as government employees, underscore a cent that is not accounted for, a cent that belongs to a worker. There's absolutely no way we would have ever do that. I do not think the minister will even have allowed me a minute to speak if I were to be having that attitude. But it's not our attitude, it's not our approach, and it comes from the minister that even if it was to be a 2 rand, it's 2 rand too much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister, morning, Chair. My name is Judith Kombi, the COO at UIF. Chair, I think it's very important that we just explain and give background and separate the two. So when you look at UIF benefit, what UIF it exists for, the benefit payment that we pay. Even if you can go back as many years, look at the auditor's report. Oh, sorry. If you go back and look at the auditor's report, auditors on normal benefit that UIF is responsible for have never raised an issue that you have paid public servants, we have paid deceased people. There've never been an issue raised on normal benefit that AG have raised. And the reason is that the current system that we have is built in line with the legislation, and we pay benefit in line with that. And in that system, we've integrated with different institutions, Home Affairs, we've integrated with the bank, we do verification before we pay, we do registration of companies before we pay. And even if you can look in the previous financial audit, even in the current audit, there are no issues that Auditor General have raised on that. The issue that Auditor General is raised, and on the issue that you, Honourable Member, are speaking to, are related to COVID tears. And maybe just to give a background on that, when COVID tears started, we were approached as UIF with a new directive.
So can I ask that you either you move back a bit, or because there is a static that, yeah, please.
Okay. So maybe just to give a background on this COVID-19. So UIF was approached during that period, and there was a new benefit that was requested as UIF for us to pay during the COVID period. One key thing indicated at the beginning, we indicated, this is not in line with our legislation, it's a new benefit. We don't have systems. Okay. All right, okay. All right. Okay, sorry, Minister. So we first indicated when we were approached to say we're not in a position to pay this benefit at the time. because the main reason for that was we didn't have systems, we didn't have process. It's a new benefit. But because of the directive that was given to the fund, we were only given 2 weeks to put systems, process in place for a new benefit. What we then did, we started first with a manual process because we didn't have a system. But even though we put manual system, because we knew that when there's a new benefit, there's potential people that are going to come and want to claim fraud. In that manual process, the control that we put in place, the first control was COVID happened around the 20th of March. We put a control in that process to say anyone who was not in the database of UIF by the 15th of March, which is 5 days before COVID, will not be paid benefit. Okay. Okay.
These mics are quite sharp, so if you speak like this,
Okay.
it's fine. So the worry is that the guys outside who are streaming,
Okay.
the thing just gets messed up and people can't hear you. So it's not just us here.
Okay, so the first control that we put in place, because we anticipated there will be people that will want to come and claim benefit that were never registered with the fund. So the first control we put in place was anybody who was not in the database of UIF by the 15th of March will not be paid benefit. And 15th of March was 5 days before 20th of March. The second control we put was we will not pay benefit to anyone who's not registered with UIF. That is why as you apply, the first requirement was you must have a UIF reference number. The third control we put in place was we are not going to pay any company that is not compliant with UIF in terms of contribution, in terms of submitting their employees. So when we started with that process, we then had a value chain. First, when we received the application, we first check, are they registered with us? Do they have the UI reference number? The second control we checked was, are these people in our database? So that process was able to pick up to say, a company will come, apply for 100 people, we'll pay only 5. Because all the other one, it looks at the day they came after the 15th of March. So out of a company that applied for about 1,000, we'll pay about only 5 people. And many of the companies were also disqualified because they were not outstanding with UIF contribution. So we were not paying. And there was an outcry at the time that UIF is not coming on board, is not paying, because majority of the application were falling off because of the controls that we had in place. Then, like the commissioners indicated, there was that committee that was sitting where the directive was discussed and negotiated. And one of the controls, sorry, that I forgot to mention as well, that we put in place, we even requested that companies must provide us with a financial statement to prove that they are in distress and they cannot afford salaries. Because what we were trying to check at the time was not a company that has got money come to UIF and say we must have a benefit. So those were the 4 controls that we put in place. And as a result, through that process, we paid about 100 million beneficiaries. When Auditor General came to us and audit, they started with those ones. They didn't find
Sorry, I just want to get clarity on the 100 million.
Yes.
Is it 100 million rand or is it 100 million beneficiaries? I
Okay,
think
so-
100 million beneficiaries is a lot.
Okay. No, it was 100 million rand that we paid through that process. And when Auditor General looked through it, they did not pick up any error on those payments. They picked up because of those controls that we had in place. Where the problem started, there was a directive that was issued in April where the waiver, first the control that we put, because the outcry from business and at that time was, this is a crisis. UIF cannot only talk about people that are in the database. They cannot, when there's 1,000 employees that are unemployed and you want to pay 5 people, whereas all of them are affected. So the directive came and said, you waive those controls. You are not only going to pay people that are in your database, you are not only going to pay employers that you have registered. So employers at the time were given an opportunity for them to register UIF on the spot. The system was built within 2 weeks. It's not integrated with any government department. It's not integrated with the banks. First, as UIF, we pay to the employees. During COVID, we have to pay to employers. That's not part of our process. We don't have bank verification for that. So when Auditor General came, so when the control was taken out, so immediately the floodgate opened when those requirements of compliance was lifted off, when that control of the 15th of March was lifted off, when that control that we've put in place that anybody can register for UIF. That's where the problem started. Because what happened then was, you can be a company, come today, register, claim for benefit. You don't exist in our database, there's no integration with any other institution, and then we have to pay benefit. And that's where a lot of the fraudulent cases came in. Because what employers did, they came to us, they registered, they submitted to say, I'm an employer A, these are my employees, only to find in these people they are listing as employees are people that are in prison, they are cousins, they are brothers, but because we are not validating it against anything, the system was accepting it because the employer is declaring to say, these are my employees. And when Auditor General came, Auditor General had an advantage we don't have. They've got access to all government departments. So when they came, they took the data, they run it against Home Affairs, they run it against SNDF, they run it against DPSA, and they pick up these issues. But if you relate, if you see in the report, this only happened in 21, 22. So immediately it happened with the first chunk of payment that happened and the second one. When Auditor General and picked it up and raised it up, the subsequent payment, because we then went to Home Affairs and integrated, because at least there was time, at least now the system running, we then verified with SARS, we verified with Home Affairs, and that is why subsequent payment that were paid after those two big payments that you are referring to, they were not picking up those foreign nationals, were not picking up those SNDF employees and all of that. So these, all those transactions that you are referring to, they are relating to two particular payments that were picked up before Auditor General came and audited us. And immediately when they raised those issues, then we started putting those control. That is why you see on subsequent payment that were done in 22, 23, 23, 24, they were no longer there. Because immediately when Auditor General raised it up, we then put in control the subsequent to bridge the gap. But because those payments were already made, those two payments, we then had to hand them over for follow-up, for follow the money, to follow up with the employers for us to be able to validate if they have been paid. And we decided to verify all of the 25 billion, I mean, all the 62 billion that we have paid. And the reason for that is because we have opened people for registration during payment process. We didn't have them in our database. And that is why even today we are still following up and validating to check whether the people they have paid for were really people that were supposed to be paid for benefit. Thank you, Chair.
Other response to Honorable Member Kubek. We're not taking the issue of investments in unlisted investments lightly. It is a very serious matter for us, given that it is currently giving us sleepless nights as far as auditing and accounting issues is concerned. And worst part is that some of these unlisted investments, we're likely to lose capital, you know, and that is workers' money. How did we choose these companies? It is not the fund. We give the PIC an investment mandate. We tell them, invest in the different portfolios, which would also include your listed, your bonds, your unlisted investments. We don't get to choose those instruments. But as the fund, taking responsibility as well of the mandate that we gave to the PIC, because investing in unlisted investments is a very risky investment. Not all of these instruments are not performing, others are performing, we are getting value, but we've got the ones that are a problem. So what we are doing, it is, we have established a board-to-board meeting that also will hold PIC accountable. We have put on hold further investment on these unlisted companies until we find ourselves. We are also working on an exit strategy for the ones that are delinquent, the ones that are going through the liquidation already. We are waiting for that process to finalize. There is a turnaround unit at the PIC that was established as a result of the Impati Commission. It is helping the companies that are struggling to turn around. Hence, it is very difficult for us to exit at this point because we don't want to exit at a loss. What I want to reiterate that this matter of unlisted investments, it is a serious matter for us. And we have learned our lessons as well to an extent that at the moment we are not investing in unlisted investments. We're just servicing the legacy ones so that we don't get to lose again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can I suggest the following? Because, Minister, this is one of the reasons why, as a committee, we typically want to see the boards and management on their own and then with you, with a minister. And we have a conversation where a minister and DG are doing most of the talking. And it's evident here, and you've done nothing wrong. I'm just explaining how we would like to work, because we need to solve problems systemically as well. In the conversation we had, I think the presentation was by the SIU. What the colleague is saying here, I'm sorry, I forgot your name now. What is being said here is what I mentioned last week or whenever when we had that presentation, which was you have COVID, things have to be done quickly. The entity was never orientated to do what they're supposed to do. They don't have systems, the people don't actually know what to do, and there's been a lot of leakage in the system. And we need to, and this is in our next conversation, we need to get to a point where we know a couple of things. The first is that out of this experience, the systems have now been put in place for the next, firstly, to follow the money. So we must just be clear. I know the SIU is working with you. To follow the money and recover those monies. So that is the first thing. The second thing is that given that we now know what happens where these kind of emergencies, and it looks like pandemics are going to be happening more regularly. There's climate change and there's all sorts of things. So where there was no plan for dealing with these matters, there needs to be one. It's robust, it's tested, there are governance systems and so on. So in other words, we will not get surprised again. So we need to talk about chasing the money and accountability where people lied and so on. And it's not just up to the SIU. We want to know from you as well what is being done from your side. So that's the one. The second thing, like I said, it is the system itself to be certain. Thirdly, to the extent that there are any statutory or regulatory changes that need to be made. I accept, and I remember there used to be these fast amendments that were done, no public comment and so on, because we have to respond quickly. And Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma makes an announcement on TV, we half listen, and things happen, and we were all happy. And then digital vibes and all sorts of other vibes were also happening at the same time. Right? So, and we don't want that to happen again. So that part or that portion of the conversation is really important. I'm not going to litigate all the points. We must prepare for that meeting adequately so that we look at the past, we look at the state of affairs now, we look at the future, so that the committee, to Honorable Madlala's point, is able to say in 6 months' time, you said you're going to do these 4 things. Tell me how far you've gone. I want to see the evidence, right? So that we don't just shout at each other here. We talk about facts. Okay, so that's the one. The second goes back to what I said about the compensation fund. So here's what we'll do. We also don't like backing up one tree as a committee. So it is clear, and we've said this before, the State Information Technology Agency will be invited to come to the committee. There are simply too many of these. And if you work with CETA, one of the things we want to know from you is the level of service you're getting from SETA and whether they're being helpful. You must choose which monkey you want to carry. You want to carry someone else's monkey or you're going to carry yours. Our sense is that SETA continually fails various institutions in terms of the mandate. That SETA, S-I-T-A, not S-E-T, the State Information Technology Agency. That has become apparent. That has got serious implications for data management, security of the government systems, corruption, theft, integration of systems, and so on. This appears to be a messy area, so we will call them to account. We will also, I think the members would agree, we need to have the PIC here. This unlisted portfolio is a problem. And in that unlisted portfolio are funds which fall under the Public Finance Management Act, which need to be accounted for properly. I think all of us agree to the extent that we have pots of money all over the system that may be in surplus or whatever the case is, we need to use them for the national objective of making sure that we grow the economy, we reduce unemployment, and we can grow businesses. However, where this is not yielding the result and money keeps going out the window, it's a problem. I would love to ask you why nobody checked whether those companies have even produced financial statements before. But the sense I'm getting, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the PIC should have done that due diligence. They didn't do it. I don't think you are the only ones where the PIC does not do that work. I think the PIC just doesn't do it in certain instances because you're not the only ones to report this problem. And the AG raises this issue more than once, not just in the case. So we need to deal with that. And Minister, coming to you, Cabinet acts as one. So I don't want us to keep shouting at a UIF or compensation fund for something that several ministers must get around the table and fix the problem. At some point, it may then be necessary, depending on how things go. We will leave this to you for now. Depending on how things go, you and a couple of your colleagues also come to the committee and you tell us how you're working or not to resolve a particular problem. Because I think that the most important thing for the committee to do is to prevent financial loss, not to try and chase after money, because there are just too many instances where money goes out the window. There's not enough of us, there's not enough researchers and so on. Where the committee needs cooperation from everybody is that we have strong systems in place, we have the right people in those positions, those systems are effective, we prevent financial loss. I would rather we say we've underspent, but the money is still there, we can correct, rather than saying the money is gone. Because when it's gone, it's gone. It's not even in the system, and that's an issue. So the committee is going to, the secretariat is going to make time soon. So this one cannot wait 6 months, you guys. You need to be back here in a couple of weeks' time. Let me put it like that. The members have a lot of issues. I know from the presentation we had from the AG and the SIU, lots of issues to raise. But please, again, don't be afraid of us. Let us prepare so the members will get an opportunity to ask questions in our own way within our channels. We will formulate those questions into a guidance for you when you come back to present here, so that we can proactively get to the issues that we need to deal with. And our conversation is also focused on solutions, if that works. So I understand this is not the best of ways to have this conversation, but I think we've made best use of this time. Minister, I don't know if you've got any words to make before I close finally, because we are out of time. But when we return, Honorable, or is there a question that wasn't answered? Sure.
Follow-up issues here, Chair. I hear what the colleagues are saying. You see, on the issue with the PIC, you've got Clinics Health Group and Mateke Medical Consultants. Those people are given money from this PIC thing, and those two companies are owned by the same person. That's one. Two, the issue that clearly started with the COVID terrorist issues. The qualified audit started before that. So I think this is according to the information that we have here. That's two. And I think it's worth noting that our job, it's not our job to be unkind to the entity that come and sit here. However, it is it's not our intention to be unkind, even though we come across as unkind. That's not the intention. It's the job that puts us there. The other countries, Chair, we've spoken about this before, that other countries, when foreigners come in, whether they come in there to work and do whatever, they get insurance when they come in. UIF should not be insurance for foreigners. If it's legislation that we need to look at, maybe the commissioner and the team need to tell us that we need to look at that, because we cannot be spending so much money on foreigners. I think the consequences of the decisions that the team makes as a team, it's important for them to know that those consequences have those decisions have severe consequences, sorry. The problem with those decisions that they make is that the verifications that they do, if as thorough as they may be, they happen after the fact, which cannot be the fact and it's not acceptable. The 12 audit firms that audit, yes, I agree, they need auditing, but it's too much. From where we stand, it looks like looting. You can't tell me that you've got 12 audit firms auditing one entity. From where we stand, it just appears as clear looting. Just lastly, Chair, there's companies that hadn't paid UIF for over a year who submitted claims and they were paid. So as much as I understand that the team needs to cover where they come from or where they stand, but what we have here from the SIU and the AG speaks slightly different to what you guys speak of. And at some stage, we need to find common ground where we play in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kupeka. In fact, the purpose for us spending time just with you, basically the entire session, is that we deal with the audit issues thoroughly. So that is the purpose. We deal with the audit issues thoroughly. Denzel has written all Honorable Kupeka's questions, and that is where we will start, okay? The opportunity you have is that you know what those questions are. What we expect is that he does not have to ask them again. You deal with them, right? So that's going to be very important. Like I said, I don't want us to do a disservice to this conversation and say, hurry up, and no, that's not gonna work. So let us suspend the conversation here. You will then deal with the questions proactively. We will then start with Honorable Kupeka. So we'll literally be continuing with this meeting. What we will do is that subsequent to your conversation, in short order, hopefully on consecutive days, we will have the PIC here. So that if you may want to stay on for that, you do. Because we need to eventually get everyone in the room so that the buck cannot be passed along anymore. So you guys as their client and themselves as the people that manage your money, and the leakage is that they answer for their bit as well with everybody in the room. So that's what we will do. Sis Ndombi has already suggested some dates, but we'll just make sure that they work for everybody so that we just do this thing properly. So it's TERS, it's also the funds invested with the PIC, and the main audit issues that we raised, because we haven't even touched on them, the other audit issues raised by the AG. Minister?
Thank you, Chairperson. Back to my experience again. I've found it very helpful when the oversight committee, in the form of a legislature or parliamentary committee, engaging with the executive and the administration before they reach two conclusions. I think the purpose of this exercise is for us to give answers where the committee has questions. I think it's dangerous to get to the position that Honorable Kupeka is getting to, of concluding without yet at least finalizing the process of question and answer, so that then you get your time as a committee to discuss what you have responded to, and you've got a right to still go and get to a conclusion. That there is looting, there is that. But I think it's unfair for it to come so advanced and be a view that is presented by the member, because in a way it might be understood to be representing the views of the committee. So, Chair, I request that we be patient and we give all the answers, because my understanding of the 12 audit firms are not auditing one company, number one. Number two, my understanding, the proclamation and what was given to SIU is totally different to the work that is done by the 12 audit firms, which covers all, not just those that were in the proclamation. So it is important that we are allowed then, if that comes as a question, for us to respond. Why 12 audit firms, yet there is SIU, without prematurely the committee getting into a decision? However, Chair, just for record also, I haven't met SIU to even present to me as the executive authority of their findings that they found as they were doing investigation, including I'm still patiently waiting for the Follow the Money TERS investigation report that was closed down towards the end of last year when the new phase started of the auditing. So it would be nice if we come here to the committee also, having gotten time as the ministry to be presented by SIU and also by our own internal process, so that as our officials present here, we are here also to confirm what they are presenting, that it represents when we try, all of us, to respond to yourself. But I also want to say the issue of the payment processes breakdown by AG. I hear AG is in the house. I think it must be understood in the context of just that COVID-19 terrors. It mustn't be a sweeping statement like AG had said at UIF. Payment processes breakdown is the order of the day. Hence, my team was clarifying that there's been nothing raised by either Auditor General or whoever in terms of our payment processes. They are above board, except for the issue that I think we are trying to explain. What was the circumstances that we were working under at the time? Chair, I think hence the Follow the Money report. And I love the Xhosa terminology that says, "Ityala liboli." Because at the end of the day, regardless of what was the situation, that led to us, as we were panicking as a country, even making my people in the UIF to undo whatever processes that they put in place. It is because there was issues, but still we are there. We are following the money, and people are made to pay, and people's assets are being confiscated. As I was saying, it was reported at a very high-level meeting of the president by the police, the South African Police Services, that under COVID-19, people are paid and their assets are being confiscated, to show that we are not playing in terms of dealing with that one. It's unfortunate. I think even the context, if then there were some foreign nationals, we mustn't be understood to be xenophobic. There are foreign nationals who are legally in South Africa, who also defend or deserve and have a right to get some benefits. But it should be clarified, so that and when we talk about foreign nationals, it mustn't be like we are saying abahambe and all those things. Lastly, Chair, I'm very interested on the last issue, and I think you've read my notes here, because I'm wondering, what is the audit outcome of PIC? Because PIC is a public entity. If then we are disclaimed because of the way that they do things, it's very interesting to understand what is it that is done to them, because they are unfortunately a legal public entity that is supposed to behave in a particular manner, than we being punished because now we are compelled by law to do work through them. Hence I said to my people here, let's go and explore, because the fact that the law says we may use PIC who in turn as an asset manager for UIF and CF, they go and appoint their own asset managers. But it's a may in terms of the law. Does not say necessarily they are the only one that we must look at. And I said they must go and look at that so that they help us moving forward. So, Chair, with that having been said, we look forward to further engagements, and we appreciate that Honorable Gupega has given us the follow-up questions, and when we come back, we are able then to completely and in a manner that is satisfactory to the committee deal with those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. So what we'll also do, the colleagues from the SIU are here. So let us make sure we synchronize. So please, and Minister, please make time in your diary so that the SIU appraises you of the same information they shared with us, so that when you come here again with the colleagues, there are no gaps in information. We will try and do it within the time frame that is reasonable. These are matters we have to get to now, because the idea is that when we get to those 3-month written submission and our meeting in 6 months' time, there are no outstanding issues. We've dealt with the issues now, so that is the plan. I want to thank the honourable members, and I want to thank you, Honourable Minister, DG, and the commissioners, the acting commissioners. May we not have actors when you come back, please, please. We will see you again, but the date will be communicated. In the meantime, the members will also surface their issues, to the Secretariat. Thank you very much. We adjourn.